They're pretty
Yeah.
obvious.
One big one, two smaller ones. Yeah.
Okay. Is the skull in here anywhere?
No. It
Okay.
would be behind Atu's moon in this shot.
And this,
Oh,
that's the
I love this
last
one.
one.
All right. All right. This is the lead asteroid dead center. And red asteroid is in the middle left. And above it is a cluster of other asteroids, the big three, etc. This is really old. And this is one of the first ones when we saw them coming across our deck regularly that just constantly scared the crap out of me. But I haven't been living in that same zone since 2013 when I actually thought that these asteroids were going to paste us. And then we started doing the close passes 15, 16, 17, etc. And then I saw that they too discharged off of Earth and repelled, which led to the formulation that they were electrically connected to Uri and their polarity. Why they don't steal planets from us, we don't steal planets from them. Why their asteroids don't crash into us? They electrically discharge and cause all this major Earth damage and floods and freak storms and all this other stuff that's not on the radar. And we have documented those, what we call close pass asteroid storms, which is what I'm expecting to start any day now. So, and we've got a lot of pictures of that going back over the years as well.
I wonder.
Yeah, it's a.
I was going to say, I mean, do you have any areas of the world where you expect it to get, more problematic or anything? Can you tell?
Well, I believe in the northern hemisphere most likely, because they are over the top of us. Now we've watched that pattern where we saw that one San Francisco storm. So if we take the longitude and latitude and figure out where that was, and then we noticed the South Dakota storm, we noticed the major Ohio storm, we noticed the Montana storm, we noticed the Canadian storm. So this year, and then we also had a documented event where we watched it go over in 2019 or something, and then we watched it go and documented it all the way to New York State through close eye contact between Montana Skywatcher members during those events, because we knew they weren't on radar, and yet it was happening, and we were talking to each other live. We had a group of people proving that it did occur, and so we'll probably see some major lightning event again in the northwestern Canada again, or South Dakota, or Minnesota, or Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin. We don't know. It could happen in England. It could happen in France. It could happen in Germany repetitively. It could happen in that region of the equator in the northern hemisphere is most likely. So be prepared for some serious, I think devastatingly life calamity scenario where people may actually die. Now we know about herds of animals being zapped in the Arctic and stuff with discharging, where hundreds of animals were killed on discharges. So I there's no way for me to jump over the edge and scream all this crazy shit. But the point is, I think we're going to see a lot of it, and we are in the year of the dragon. So I think proximity has a huge thing to do with it. Again, look at the flooding in China, devastating flood and crop loss, and people talk about, my garden's doing great. Well, if you have a garden, you're lucky, because there's a lot of people all over the planet right now, and I'm going to say millions. I don't want to get chided by Facebook for saying that number, but there are millions of people that are suffering right now that don't even have the climate in which to even grow food. And a lot of people's homes are being washed away all over the world right now in flooding, or it's so dry they can't grow anything and their animals are dying. So we are not in Kansas anymore. We are in serious, dire climatary issue, plus close proximity, passing asteroids and planets, etc. This is going to be a very seriously devastating fall, and I'm highly worried for everyone. So plan ahead, take care of your family, think about what you could or could not do. Have your bug out gear. Not that I advocate bugging out to anywhere, but protect your home. Look out for fires. We're going to see a lot more fires yet. It's going to get nasty next month. Oh boy, here we go. And what how do I warn people? How? And I just one show at a time. And I'm concerned. I'm direly concerned.
I know but that's all you can do. It's like, because I feel the same way sometimes. It's frustrating when you're sitting on something, such a huge piece of information, and they make it so hard to get it
Yeah, I
out
got
there.
Yeah, and
emotional
we're the
about that
crazy
the
ones.
other week there because of the flooding in South Africa. I thought, I
Yeah.
could have
and we're
stayed
the
there if
crazy
I
ones.
hadn't listened to you. Still
Right.
crazy. Yep, we're
Well,
still crazy.
I think, frankly, Jillian, I do believe that you are better off where you are now.
I do too.
I do. I firmly believe that. Even though now you have to get out your rain gear, because when you left South Africa,
I'll have to invest in waterproof leggings for the bike because it seems like it's not gonna stop raining.
what you do is you go buy some gaiters for cross. You look up cross country ski gaiters.
Gators.
Gators. Hey,
Yeah,
I
we
see
use
some
it. Yeah, there.
Sorry.
For skiing up here in Montana, we use what we call gaiters, and you put them on your boots, and they protect you all the way from your ankle to your kneecap, and they will keep the water out of your shoes. Cross country ski gaiters, Gators, gaiters,
Gators.
and you can probably order them online. But it's for skiing, but they get the good, thick ones with the zipper up the back and the string on the top and all of that. And they're not expensive, so depending on who you buy them from.
Yeah.
Gator skins.
Anyway,
No,
I
not
hate to
gator
interrupt,
skins.
but I also see we have Jesus. He's ready to join us. He is here. Surprise,
Well, good.
surprise. I don't want to keep him waiting. So, but I don't know where Christopher
We want
is.
to see
So be on the lookout for
We want to
Chris.
see his magic movies.
There he is. He made
Hello,
it.
everybody. How y'all doing?
Hey, Zeus.
He
Good
did
to
it,
see
Yay,
you.
right.
you're here, yay.
Oh man, I
Yay.
like your background there, Katie. You look nice and comfy out there.
Nice. And
Looks like a
I
nice
know,
cool
look at
day. I just came
I
from
mean-
outside and it is so freaking hot. It's just
Yeah.
insane. It's like you sit out there for a minute and then you end up with a headache. It's so
Oh
bad.
my gosh. Dude, I know exactly what you're saying.
So it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's so much smoke in the air too right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I see it here. It's really hazy. It's really it's just so bad. It's been so the air quality's been so bad with all the smoke, and then it's so freaking hot. And I've had
Ours is actually unhealthy.
I've had a few night occurrences occasionally in the morning, but I haven't been working in the morning so much. So it's been really boring skies for me, really. But everything has been
For me
happening
too.
in the same place. You have the northeast and southwest always in the same place when it does happen. So yeah. But yeah, nothing much in my sky. It's been pretty boring.
it's hit and miss for me, but mostly it's been clear. It's usually every time there's a show, I'm not kidding, it's usually just a really great day for pictures and going live and all that good stuff. But and I can't even go outside and look at it. I'm too busy. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it'll be like a great show, and then it'll just die out for like 2 weeks. It's been the strangest cycle this year. It's been so random. It's been so difficult to kind of expect anything. It's been so random. It's been nothing that I can expect or kind of foresee or anything. It just comes when it comes and goes when it goes. It's crazy. Hi, Carol.
That is true.
I
Well,
get
now
it,
that you're
Amy.
here, we have some of your videos we can watch. I was hoping you'd be able to be
Nice.
here. So let's go ahead and
Let's do it.
up Jesus's. And then I have some
Great work, by the way.
that. So let me get there. Hang on a second.
Love
I've been
it.
watching everybody's work. You guys are doing a great job.
Thank you.
It's like I can retire and let you guys do all of this, you know.
No way.
No.
I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm
Yeah.
so obsessed I couldn't be part of this in any way.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Sam. I don't think that's an option for you. That is moon. The V shape is always a dead giveaway, guys. Always a dead giveaway.
Red asteroid.
Look at the middle of the screen, and then look at the bottom right corner. That's our real sky.
Oh, you see that color right there too? Did you see that or
Yeah.
no? Is that me?
Yeah, no, I see the color. Atu's moon, the asteroids below, the red asteroid, the spiral asteroid, all of that stuff getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
So we're seeing Atu's moon
Over the top.
rise above Yuri almost. Is what's happening.
Yep.
Right after you put out your drawing, I had took this right before you put out the drawing. So it's right above. This is the latest. This is the last time I've had any actions, which was maybe a week ago, and it was really high up above, right on the top part of Yuri. You can see Yuri just behind it. Eventually afterwards. Yep, as usual. Matched perfectly with your drawing, Sam.
Lead asteroid is just above the second telephone pole right there. That's lead asteroid right pointing. And then that
Right
big
there.
whole area is the Saturn's yellow moon with the Saturn behind it. Just like the drawing.
There's a bunch
You cannot argue
of
with
little
it. It's
stuff
there,
right
it's there. The long box cube is in the upper right. A little
Side
straight
orb.
flat line.
Is that the
It's just the
side orb
edge.
I'm seeing there?
Yeah, outside orb is sort of hazy there, but that flat line in the middle upper right is the long box, and there again is Saturn's yellow moon, very large. And then right there at the top telephone, that is where the lead object is, right above that telephone pole, right by your finger there,
Alright, watch.
cutting across. And behind it is the Saturn in the upper right or upper left. The back edge of a Saturn behind it. And Saturn's yellow moon is that big right now, guys.
Yeah.
And there's that flat white line in the upper right corner again. That is the facial edge of the long box cube. That flat straight line.
Remember, guys, also sometimes to cover the sky with your thumb the sky, or just put a finger just so you can see what's behind it.
That's
And
Atu's moon. See the
And
purple?
also not confuse lens flares with anything that's actually there. If whenever in question, just thumb the sky, and you will know what's real and what isn't. If it disappears once you thumb
That's
the
the
sky,
bottom.
it's not real. It's a lens flare.
Yeah, and they'll
This was
move
probably
too
the
if you put
most-
your.
This is the most exciting day I've had all season. This right here. This was the craziest day. This
Yeah,
does
look at that
not-
thing. It's stunning.
This has not happened as often as it did in 2018.
That's the
but-
side of Yuri right there.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. Like that first video that I was talking about, how Atu's moon has been rising above Yuri. This was right after. This was shortly after. So it was Atu's moon, and then shortly after, we had there's Atu's moon as it passed. It passed. So the video that we first saw was right before this video. So it was Atu's
Right,
moon
it passed
first,
over you and beyond.
and then Yuri right before. So you can literally see them
Now
as they
Yuri's popping
travel,
out.
as they travel right in front of you and above you. It's the craziest
Yeah.
That's the Saturn's yellow moon
You
right
can
there.
see it.
You can see
thing.
Saturn's yellow moon, and the Saturn is
orange.
orange.
You could see these guys in action. You could literally see them in action. You cannot make this shit up, man. You can literally
You
watch
can't.
Oh,
And
look
just
at
the
that.
fact that like this is your video, it looks like it could have been my video. You know what I mean?
I believe that you.
That's a Saturn yellow moon.
Similar too. That is. I believe that
Wow.
when I posted this like a week ago, I believe there was a few of them that were very similar. I think one of them was yours, Katie. Well, hi,
Probably because
Tracy.
my
Nice
sky
to
looks
see
like
you.
yours, you know?
Tara, everybody, Karen, nice to see you guys. And this, see how it's traveling away. You can see how it's traveling away. This is what we're seeing now, guys. They're going up above us and traveling away from us. So you can literally see this guy traveling away from us.
The real sky is in the left bottom corner.
That's right. And this is the reason why we're seeing white
Everything
skies,
else.
guys. Because look at the bottom, how it's being shined on. So we see white skies in the morning. This was sunrise.
Everything in that picture was a planet.
Awesome.
Yep.
Dude, and sunrise today was supposed to be like 5:49
Right
for
here.
me. And it took till about 6:10, 6:15 for it to actually show, you know?
Yeah. That is the craziest thing in the morning. Or the sunrise, it's like the sun comes out just a little bit later, or the sunlight. You know, this one right here, because this whole planet blocked it for a little while. It's like you literally didn't get a view of the sun for maybe 20 minutes after the usual time. But
Yep.
I can see a cube. It looks like there's a cube and the lead object. They're right in the middle, side by side, like you're drawing, Sam, in front of the lead Atu's moon
Possible, yeah.
lead object. I see it.
The planet edge is in the bottom left. You can see that gray line. That is the rounded bottom. That gray line in the left corner is the bottom of the planet, and it goes all the way over to the right middle. That whole rounded edge, that everything above that is a planet.
yeah.
The light is shining on the bottom of the planet, and that's why it goes to the dark blue in the upper left and right corners. The only real sky is the yellow area on the bottom left.
Yeah. Wow.
Everything else is planet.
Do you see how easy it is to overlook this, guys? If you didn't really know what you were looking for, it'd be really easy to miss this. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious, but I understand that I have trained eyes and I've been seeing this for years. But for your average person, it's really not that difficult to overlook because it looks blue. It blends in very well with their sky. Hi, Carla. It blends in very well with their skies. There's your subtleties. Sometimes it's a little bit more subtle than others, but that curve line, that gray curve line Sam was referring to, that is what prompted me to start recording, because I almost didn't that morning, and then I was like, no, I see this, and then I set up my camera, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is definitely happening right now. So if you see something that doesn't belong, guys, just start recording, and you'd be surprised what you end up recording and what you end up seeing. I see what's his name? One of the ones we had on our show recently. God, I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank here. But he's been posting. He's been posting his GoPro time lapses. Great stuff.
Russell. Yeah. Good job.
Russell, yes, yes, Russell Neal. I want to say I've been really enjoying. I don't know if you're listening to us. I've been wanting to say I've been really enjoying your GoPro videos. They've been really cool, man. I always enjoy a good time lapse, and I know Rebecca does as well. So keep them coming, man. There's some really great stuff.
I need to put a compilation together of those. Yeah.
You had a really cool night one the other day. You had a couple of them. You had one with a lot of discharge, and then you had another one with clear rotation and a really nice blue glow. That was just
I think he lucked upon it.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of time lapse videos.
the coolest.
I
Kind of
can't get
like,
in that.
Oh,
I'd
I
rather
love
watch
them
that than
and I
a
too.
guess you
movie.
get what you pay for because my cameras, if I don't press the button, yeah. He says that it's motion activated, so if there's action in the sky, it'll just automatically start recording. I'm like, well, that's super cool, man. That would really guarantee
Yeah.
you don't miss much. Yeah. But yeah, if something doesn't belong, guys, start recording, and then you will start training your eyes to see what is there. Because the camera catches way more than our eyes do, a lot more. So, yeah, I always like to watch the skies through the eyes of the camera lens. It's so much more. It's so interesting too. How limited we are.
Sorry, I'm kind of stalling. All right, can you see me okay? You can see and hear me okay, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
All my
I can.
systems are all spinning, so I just wondered.
Yeah.
I don't
How's
know. I just
how's your
panicked.
Yeah,
neck
we
of the woods?
that.
Sorry, what was that, Jesus?
I was asking Sam, how's his neck of the woods? How's
It was 100 today. Clear skies, blue, nothing in the skies to see except for minor stuff. But it's so damn hot out here. It's unbelievable, and I mean it's oppressive heat. You go out there and you breathe and you can't breathe, and it's not fun. And we were having a serious smoke issue. The air quality is listed as
where's the
healthy.
smoke coming? Where's the smoke coming from, Sam? I have not had any time
Well,
to
3 miles
do
east
any
of
East.
work.
me.
Yeah.
What's that?
3 miles east of me is the Miller Peak, up in the Miller Creek area. Miller Peak, Peak, Peak Fire. You can type in that. It is listed on YouTube. Miller Peak Fire Complex, Missoula, Montana. And you should get a view of it.
Oh,
You can also go to my page. I have a listing in Montana Skywatcher 1 and I think 2 also. They've been some local news companies have been putting out good videos, but they could do better. There's an Eastern Fire in Helena. There's one in Alberton, which is north west of me, and then there's one at the Idaho border near Coeur d'Alene. So we're ramping up, and like I said, the air quality is actually listed as unhealthy, to breathe, and they recommend.
warnings here.
Well, you're getting a lot of the San Francisco area.
Our air quality is known to be pretty bad because we live in a bowl here. But given this smoke and all this, it makes it extra bad. You see a lot of people wearing the mask, and I still get a lot of the non-locals always asking me, "Are people still freaking out about cold? About C? I don't want to say get tagged, but
C virus.
everybody's still going on about that. I'm like, no, it's just the air quality here is so bad that if you have pre-existing conditions like asthma and that kind of stuff, you do need to wear a mask because the air quality.
Oh, and the C virus is still going on. By the way, President Biden received it this week for being out on the campaign trail and going around the world. And it's not as powerful as it used to be, but it is nasty and it does have long-term effects. So, if you're smart, I would buy a few M95 masks. And actually, when you do go out in public, make sure you wear one. Keep the dust and the salt out of your air and the smoke and the fire ash. Because when you go outside here and you taste the iodine and the burned pine. And it has micro ash that you should not breathe. So, I really believe my daughters still wear their mask to the store. They actually they're growing up in this era of the mask, and so they're comfortable going in public with the mask because they actually don't want to be on facial recognition.
I've noticed a lot of the younger generation seem to be okay wearing the mask. I'm not, but whatever.
Well, anonymity. That way you're not showing up on facial recognition software in Walmart, because Walmart does actually track every customer that comes in for years at a time. They've got the full-on facial recognition software running.
I had an incident recently at Walmart, and that made me realize the insanity of the video surveillance. I went to the self checkout, and I was holding my phone in my hand, and I was scanning. It flagged me for It isolated. It showed a frame of me, and then of me holding something. My phone. It was my phone. It was nothing. But they had to come. Security had to come over and make sure that I wasn't stealing anything because it flagged me in a second.
Mis-scanning.
Because I was holding my phone, and I was like, "Holy shit!" And then it showed a screenshot of me on the on the register. And I'm like, geez, this is a law. This is like China kind of a surveillance going on over here.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
shit.
Not only that, the AI in their systems puts a file on you that it holds for like 2.5 years. So every time you come into that store, the AI recognizes your facial pattern and puts you in your own personal file. That way, if you're caught shoplifting or suspected as shoplifting over a period of time, they get a warning flag in the back office, and the AI tells you this guy has a history of being shady, and here's 87 examples of it. And I would, yeah. And by the way, China is running that, and so is the United States, and that happens to be okay. A few years ago, recently, we got part of this, the upgrades of all the traffic lights in the country, and those cameras and that processing system is embedded in a national surveillance system running from people's doorbell cameras all the way to ATMs.
Well, people are doing
So
it
anytime you're in public.
The Ring cameras, yes, they're fun and they catch a lot of funny shit. But that's all connected to the internet. That's all connected to the. So if it can receive a signal, it could transmit a signal. So they, if they wanted to, they could literally connect into that camera and do whatever they want. There's some countries I've been seeing. I don't know if it's European, where the people are actually going through these lights and actually cutting them down. There's like a whole group of people doing this, like a whole underground kind of people kind of getting frustrated and kind of getting annoyed by what's happening, and they're actually cutting them down. This technology, which is becoming a touch much, like the surveillance. We're living in a surveillance state that's becoming quite ridiculous. Even if you don't have nothing,
and that's a large part.
That's not even the point.
And that went through with the Chinese doctrine plan called Belt Road Initiative, and they put in billions, partially why they've overextended themselves in their own banks, and China's markets are crashing, by the way, and so it rushes, but that will affect us. Hopefully not, but it will partially. But that the Belt Road Initiative put in cameras around the world to gather intelligence for China for AI, and we have let the cat out of the bag. The AI is out, and the CrowdStrike issue that we had yesterday, I think, is just the beginning of the shape of things to come. So, we're in a bizarre world now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 2024. I expect more. I expect we're going to see a lot more really crazy shit happening here. Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Do you suppose the surveillance state that we're seeing it being ramped up so much, do you suppose that has to do with maybe crowd control eventually for what things may happen? It's kind of, it's kind of
psychological profiling.
Well,
okay.
if they've got profiles on the computers of everybody.
Here's a comparative example of what happened during the Vietnam War from the other side. They targeted intellectuals, school teachers, priests, ministers, religious people, all the highly theological educated, the school educated, and the Viet Cong killed thousands of the Vietnamese citizens to control the population. So, and we were having this discussion earlier. There's approximately 11 billion of us around here on planet Earth right now, and that's that workforce. And you can damn well bet that they have psychological profiling on most every one of us. Every one of us that walk around with a credit card or a debit card that has the chip in it, they know exactly where you are on the planet. when you're walking around with that credit card or debit card with a chip in your back pocket. They know your bank account. They know your social security number. They know where you live, how much you sold your house for, where your children go to school. I promise you, they know all of that off that microchip in your back pocket every minute of the day via satellite.
They there's that's the thing with the internet. I think they have learned to manipulate the internet in a way where you could swing somebody's opinion left or right. And I'm not even just talking politically. I'm talking about with every issue. I'd imagine, especially politically. But
there are psychological evaluators in the AI generations that know how to get you to tell them the answers they want.
Yeah. So remember, we live in a time of propaganda, guys, and be very careful what you let inside your mind, and try to have a mind of your own. There's so much propaganda, guys. Most of what we see now on everywhere is propaganda. Now during with the elections, I don't want to go political because I hate political talk, but there's so much garbage on TikTok. So much fear videos, so much. All of a sudden, we're seeing more that migrants violated this and crimes that migrants did and crimes of this, and they're like only focusing on one thing, but because it's all fear based. It's all fear based politics.
Everything is, yes.
It's all fear based. So
I will be posting a political thing on my page, and I will send you guys a copy of it on PM. I have it written down, and I felt it was very important to post this video because it's brand new. It's like 5 days old. Came from ABC News, and when you get it, you'll know to watch it. Now, ABC News, and I'm going to throw this out for the wind and the water at the same time. ABC News is currently one of the least politically orientated American standard newscasts right now. They're middle of the road, even though I'm aware of who they donated to on which side of political donations that their company gave this year. But they are the least political and currently advertise or average. Great word. They're currently sharing mostly correct information with the least amount of political bias. Then of course, go to BBC or Al Jazeera, which I don't really recommend Al Jazeera because there's also a whole bunch of political negatives on there, but they also report logic facts. The India news, NHK, which is the Japanese news source. The French news is the standard French news, German news, Dutch news. Watch it all. Reach out, find your news sources. Be careful. I'm gonna, they can sue me. I wish they wouldn't, but this is my opinion. Fox News is garbage. It's tabloid. You might as well go watch the Sun Times. And they are owned by very, very few companies. And so the narrative that you're being handed is completely screwed up. So right now, especially with what Jesus was saying, right now, you have to go out and find your own real news. And don't believe the first damn thing you see or what so-and-so said. Get 3 versions, 4 versions of it, and then go in the middle of the road.
1,000%.
Yeah. That is what has made us so successful here at Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Skywatchers. Take that model, right, and apply it to everything else. The reason why Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous is so successful is because we take not just one story. We take one picture, we compare it to all the others, and it's easier to see the big picture. Do that, apply that to everything. See 10 news things and then you can see the bigger
every opinion.
Be right back.
That forward. Absolutely.
Yes. Because getting your news, getting any information from one place is not a good thing, guys, because whether it's mistaken, it's biased, or just plain misinformed. I cannot
I'll
stress
see
this enough.
something and I go look it up
Yeah,
because
yeah.
and I see how many sources, I see how long, how many hours it's been since it's been put out, this, that, the third.
Yeah, and you
Like,
could kind of disseminate after you've seen enough stories. You could kind of see
yeah,
the big picture and kind of make a more informed opinion. But I can't stress this enough, guys. We live in a propaganda era. What Hitler tried to do, Hitler only could dream of the kind of propaganda state that we're living in now. Everything, guys, you have to make up your own mind. You have to make up your own information. You have to be self-taught. You have to be self-taught,
yes.
or else you are going to be lost. You are going to be confused, and you are going to be biased on things that you know nothing of. So yes, I can't stress that enough, guys.
It's true.
We've also got to take into account the effects of the passing planets. They are affecting our mind.
Absolutely.
They're affecting our weather. They're affecting our animals. They're affecting our crops. They're affecting everything, or even our tectonic plates and our volcanoes. This is
even those of us that are aware of it. Sometimes we have to catch ourselves and kind of reel ourselves back in, because I have these moments. I'm not a depressed guy. By no means am I a depressed guy. I'm a very happy guy. But I have these episodes where I'm completely hopeless and I don't know where it comes from. I do not know where it comes from. It's external. It's absolutely external. And I have to remind myself when I get into these, because they happen so randomly, very randomly.
Or like headaches that happen randomly too. It's like everybody gets a different thing that happens.
Nausea, dizziness, ears ringing. You hear the wah 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 or the high pitch, and all of that. And it's all exterior.
Karen,
I heard that. I hear the heartbeat thing there. That boom, boom, boom.
I don't hear it, but my ears are affected very much. I get really bad earaches. Really bad earaches.
Yeah, in the right ear, it seems to be my right side that really starts at first, and then it just doesn't stop. And then I get all panicky. It's like a chain reaction. Yeah. And other people out there must be feeling it too.
The anxiety, that comes with it. Again, I'm not very much hopelessness. Yeah. Yes, hopelessness. I am not much of a depressed guy. I'm very happy.
No, me either. I'm not like that either. And then when it comes on you, you think, whoa.
Yeah. It's really crippling, because I don't deal with those kind of feelings often, but every so often, and this really has ramped up over the last I would say the last year. It's been the worst for me.
Yeah, it's been quite a year so far, right?
Yeah. So this year it's been more than sightings, more than occurrences. It's been mostly physical things that have been happening to me this year. This year has been the worst, the toughest one for me personally.
We have to remember that
seeing all the things out there as well going on, it's just seemed to all crank right up all together.
Yes.
And our world leaders, those people that we're putting in charge, are also going through this. We are not individuals just going through this. Everyone is going through this. So you have to take into account that, this behavior in the last few years, including wars or invasions or, I'm going to give a big slap across the face to Israel. Excuse me, Israel. I thought you guys were the religious community of this world for Christians and Christian behavior. What the hell are you doing killing, 300,000 civilians that are starving already, that you've already robbed of their land rights and their ability for fresh water, that doesn't even make the news, and yet you're going to take all this high-tech freaking weaponry and bomb the living shit out of all those people? Now, I like Israel, and I like the Palestinians, and they should get along, damn it, and they're both the same freaking group of people. They're just idiots that forgot that they were cousins. Come on, go back through the history. Go back and read through the Old Testament where the hell they came from. You guys are cousins. Quit killing each other over, this is basic bullshit, teenage Hatfield and McCoy crap. Get over it. And I have to go cut pizza.
And
Great,
learn
great.
to learn to.
I'll have to go because I have to go to work tomorrow, so I will have to go. I'm glad Jesus is here because he can
Yeah. Okay.
pick it up, man.
I can,
Jillian.
I'll take your place, Jillian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And, Christopher had to go because his internet turned off. He has internet problems cutting.
No.
It's coming and going, and they don't know why.
Yeah, I know. Mine went. It booted me when I went. It booted me
Uh-huh.
as well at the same time as it booted everybody else. But it's been good to see Katie Joe as well. But I'm glad I got to show you the video of the little golden orb. You can show it to
Right.
Jesus.
So, yeah, send
I
it
will.
to me, or we can play later, or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Carol,
can see it later. I'll send it to you. But I have to go.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Good night,
Good
guys.
night, Jillian. It was
Good
nice
night.
to
See
see
you
you. We
all.
didn't do this for a little bit, but you know we
And
can.
we hope you take care. Love you.
Good
We'll
night.
talk again soon.
Love you guys too. I hope my
you.
neighbor's
Thank you.
okay
Love
as
you.
well. The poor thing. Shame.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't know what
that's
was
right.
happening.
I hope everything's okay over there.
I'll try and find out. I just didn't want to be disrespectful to the people, so
Right.
Yeah.
shame. Night to night, everybody.
Good night.
Love you all. Night, night, Sky
Okay,
family.
love you too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Again.
And I agree, Carol. It is very important that we support each other. Sometimes, sometimes if somebody goes missing for a little bit, somebody's not
Yes.
engaging, kind of check in with each other and see what's happening, because these things kind of come out of nowhere, and sometimes we don't even realize that's what we're dealing with. But it is good to kind of just keep that in mind, everybody. Karen, you're on my channel apparently. So there's probably, I just started streaming that when I got on, so there's probably not a whole lot of conversation going on over there. So move over to Nibiru Followers Anonymous channel and watch it there. That's where most of the conversation is happening.
So, how about we watch Kitty Joe's videos here? I have a little clip of hers. We can play real quick here.
Sounds good.
Yeah. 1 second. All right, here we go, guys.
And pizza has been cut.
No, that's not it. Whoops, that's not it. Let me try a different one. There it is. Okay, this is better.
That's moon.
It does go fast. See that right there is what I was kind of talking about. You see how it's going downish?
Yeah.
And even that flare went down with it. Do you know?
Cut off from above. Yeah. That's the green asteroid.
Oh, wow, okay.
We saw very much like that on Zeus's video last week.
There it is.
Red asteroid, dead center.
Look how dark it is up there, guys.
Yeah, that's Attu's moon straight up.
Should not be dark like that midday. I mean, this is basically high noon, or at least our version of it these days.
Light pinch.
Big time.
That's coming between the big planets.
Oh,
You
there
can
you
see
are.
the shape of the sun is that's Uri cutting in. That's why it's rainbowing out there again. That's the side of Uri on the left. Asteroid shape in the middle lower left.
the rainbowing is
Yep.
a better giveaway.
Yep.
I feel this happened and then it moved to my right. I guess I don't know if it went in order.
This is illumination of the bottom
Do you know what I mean?
of Uri. That is the tan asteroid right there. This is Nepenthe going over the top of you. That's also Nepenthe core. That's Nepenthe core. As it went beyond you, didn't it?
Yeah.
Over top. Yeah, it went over the top of you and past you. It's Saturn's yellow moon. That's the side of Uri on the left.
And then it's
right.
back.
That's Uri enveloping. The bottom of that is the
Such
sun
a
shining
awesome-
below
to
Uri.
take that, yeah. To take that picture was so awesome when I was looking at it. I was like, geez Louise.
I like that pink hue when it's
That-
prevalent in the afternoon. I love that.
Yes. And this is right before
On the right
was
is the Saturn's
born.
yellow moon.
Like, it was crazy.
Lead asteroid is Saturn's yellow moon, long box cube.
And that's the moon, obviously.
Okay, see the side light cut off.
Oof. That's his moon going over him.
That's Atu's moon and red asteroid. I say, now see that white asteroid in the center left? That's the tan asteroid underneath Uri. And that's the light shining through the base of Uri.
I really can't wait to
Uri's
see if
not
that's-
solid.
I can't wait to see if the tan asteroid is an actual moon or just a huge asteroid. I really
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
so-
well, it is so
answering that question.
It's so hard because I didn't want to like take up a huge amount of time, but like there's so many pictures, and I was like, all right. So from the start of the first, pretty much, I think the 29th actually, to now is what I did. But it's so hard to pick 20 photos, you know,
Yeah,
like-
it's
because there's so much.
sometimes it's what takes me the longest is like which one do I pick because I want to
Yeah.
keep it. I want to keep a small post because we're so
Yeah.
our attention spans are so short that I like to keep mine
Thank you, Tyler.
short. But it's so
Thank
hard
you,
sometimes.
guys.
Which one do I pick? Which one do I put out?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll post, I said to myself, I'll post 3 pictures to this person. And then I go, okay, I posted these 3. And then I go, oh, but I better go get another one. And then I'll get another one. And then I get another one. And then I get another one. And then I go, well, no, I still got to show them this one on top of it to compare to the other ones. And it's like this where I bomb people with 10 or 20 photos. And then the cool thing about it is that all of this documentation going back all of these years, and I don't know how many thousands, I was almost said millions, but I can't. Thousands of times I've said to myself, well, why are you saving this photograph? And then I remind myself that how many representations of the same example, and yet it changes over time. And then we can go all the way back to all that information and compare it because I know where it is and I know where I put it. And then they're in that file and in that file. And I can go, oh, here's 10 examples of the exact same thing over a 10-year period. And it's so awesome. And that's why we save all of these pictures
And that's
on the computer.
That's why I don't want to get rid of any of mine because I'm like, no, like, what if I need this? Like, because they're just all
Right.
amazing,
It's documentation.
amazing, you know what I mean? I love it all.
And, someday we're just going to have to put a book out of drawings alone with, 1 or 2 examples to match each of the drawings because it'll be such a thick book by the time all of this ever gets written down in a hardcover. And only, after my kids are safe and all of that. And I don't know where we're going to go from here, but oh my God, I hope and pray that we actually get good facial exiting views. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we're going to keep up the biz, so to speak, and keep sharing this information.
I know that they're going up above us constantly because I could just feel it, but they're not within view of me. And that kind of sucks. But I do hope that they do come into view more often because it's like I know they're right there, but they're just right out of my
The light
vision,
reflection, the light.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm kind of hoping maybe we get a little bit more views, like that time lapse that we were watching. That one of my time lapse where it's moving away. So that's constantly been happening. It's just a little out of my view because I see them. I see the shadow
In the early years. We saw them when they were way smaller, and they were so much clearer. And a lot of times, I mean, many of the times, they were not encased in clouds, and we saw the absolute representation of green planet Nepenthe, and it was a perfect little circle when it was the size of a quarter. Excuse me, dry throat. And I'm sure that when they exit and they start getting smaller and smaller, they're going to be easier to see, and we're going to see their actual facial colors and land masses. And like with the example of Matim, I'm sure once Matim goes by, we don't know if it's getting bigger. I think it is. I think it's headed toward us, not away from us. And we're going to see the mountain ranges and the ice and the facial features of Nibiru as well. Although Nibiru is so huge right now, it's unbelievable. It's so sky-filling that most people don't even realize what they're looking at. And it is that big. And as time goes by and they start progressively getting small, I do believe that we'll see facial illumination and their actual color instead of the close proximity deep blue or dark purple or, offhand colors of the major red skies of Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon, which I am loving the sunsets of. Right now, if you look at the northwest sky at night, you're going to get the grandest show that ever was at sunset. Right at sunset, the Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn are on the right-hand side in the northwest by north sky, and you're going to see some of the most unbelievable sunsets you've ever seen in your life and ever will see in your life right now. So it's awesome what's coming and what will happen.
Right.
And I tried to show my kids, girls, you got to see this. It's so cool. It's Saturn, yellow moon, and Saturn. Oh, Dad, no, thank you. Like, oh, okay.
It's kind of a catch-22 being, from their point of view, Sam. I can't imagine, because on one hand, this is so fascinating, but at the same time, growing up with somebody like yourself or one of us constantly talking about it. Being a kid, I bet you they must wear them down a little bit, and it kind of ruins this whole thing for them. So it's kind of a catch-22 for them, I'd imagine. On the one hand, it's fascinating. On the other hand, they grew up with you talking about it, which
Yeah, they won't appreciate it until it's too late. I promise you.
Until it's over. Right.
Yeah. Well, their perspective is different. Because they're kind of
they grew up with it.
They grew up with it, yeah.
Yeah. Since they were little, they were right here playing at my feet when I first started posting.
Right. Yeah, I just want to jump in real quick because I'm going to bring Carol Ann on. She's with us, so I don't want to make her miss out on a conversation. Okay. So y'all proceed. But hello, Carol Ann. Hello. Yes, she's such a good sport. Good sport. Just at a moment's notice, she's like, absolutely, I'll be happy to. Right. But since we had Christopher have to go and Jillian, we have an open spot. So,
Katie.
Yeah, it's reserved for Carol Ann.
Hello, Carol. It was always nice to visit with you.
I've missed you.
Yes.
How's your neck of the woods? How's your weather out there? How's everything going?
Hot and sticky. You want some of it? I don't want it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Hot is one thing, but sticky's a whole other can of worms that I just.
Yeah.
I'm reminded of a Montrose song, "Rock Candy." For you crazy people who like to look things up quickly, "Rock Candy Baby" by Montrose. Hot, sweet, and sticky. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Rock Candy by Montrose.
Are you sure I want to hear this, Sam?
Oh, hey, come on! It came out in the '70s. It hit radio time. It's mostly clean.
It. I don't know. Maybe I'll remember that one. Thank you.
Montrose, long forgotten band. Early Sammy Hagar days. He was a member of Montrose.
That sounds familiar.
Okay.
I've been playing all the rest of them you send. Quite a variation.
That'd be a great. Maybe we can't play the music the way I'd like to in the background, like as if we were MTV or anything like that. But yeah, I've been out bombing everybody with music all week long. I'm kind of stuck in that gear, playing DJ.
Oh, Katie said perfect too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it says here on the screen, perfect.
Yeah. Love it.
Yeah.
Oh, keep playing it, please, till the lyrics.
I got you.
That's awesome.
What is this?
Montrose Rock
Candy Baby by Montrose. And in the lyrics, listen to the lyrics. A little long-winded. Sorry, it's going to get there.
There it is.
Okay. That's where my brain went. I had to share that. I apologize.
Thank you.
It's great though. I've definitely heard that song before. Definitely.
It sounds familiar.
Yes.
I do have DJ brain. I am sorry. I'm stuck and people say things and it's like, bang, a song comes to my head. So,
definitely.
Got a bomb metaphor, everybody, with metaphor songs. It's here. Sam's trying to teach, a story to the planet. And the only way sometimes I can give it to you is in a song.
I've noticed you associate a lot with music through music, which is not a bad thing.
Yeah, it's a pattern recognition brain thing. It's I am.
It's a good way to reach to people because I think music is like the one universal language of everybody.
It's part of how I process things. I do have atypical neurosis. I think differently than a lot of people, and a lot of how I view the world is through music and my own. I mean, I used to there's movies about this, like Doctor Strange from Marvel, where I used to be able to quote you every song that ever hit the radio and what year it came out and all kinds of musical background information. But over the years, I lost track of that because of things that happened in my life. But I still am highly music oriented to like Led Zeppelin and Yes and Kansas and on and on and on and on. And so and I had a classical musical upbringing, including believe it or not, I got a lot of operas under my belt. From Carmen to Faust to you name it, and so I'm musically attached to how I think, and that's part of how I share my metaphors. Because I try to, I'll be talking to somebody about something, and then I'll hand them a metaphor that has a even stronger connection to what I'm talking about or thinking about, and I always call that source providing. And so there's that connection of where I grab my information out of my scattered brain and how I view the world.
It's nice to get a peek inside your brain sometimes, Sam. Sometimes I'm
sorry, I don't have a USB port.
Sometimes I want to reach inside your brain and see everything, but sometimes I don't. I'll be honest.
Yeah, careful what you wish for. There's a lot of scary shit in there too. It's like we talked about this earlier in the program. I have gone through a week where I've been revamping the conversation from the late 80s, middle 80s, where I had with the Pleiadian, the extraterrestrial off-world information. And it's been grinding on me. And and this is where I came up with the movie quote where, we can't necessarily one person change the world, but we can make it a whole lot less shitty. And that came out this movie I think you should watch also, Jesus, and write this down if you got a pen. Look up the Atom Project. I believe it's Ryan Reynolds is the Adam Project. It's newly out on YouTube, and it came out like a couple days ago. And Ryan Reynolds is starring, and it's an awesome movie.
I like Ryan Reynolds.
My husband loves Ryan Reynolds too.
I like him. He's somebody in Hollywood that actually I don't get the creeps from.
Right, exactly.
And part of the focal of this movie is that we are right now, technologically speaking, and if we're looking back in the past and go down to 1940s, 1950s, good old boy, and everything was, Beaver, Cleaver, and Wallace, or Wally, and the Beav, and all of back then. In comparison to where we're at the stepping edge right now, where we're moving into this future of all this technology, where everything can drastically change, either for the bad or for the good, or both. And yet we are embarking on that segment in our history. We're in 2024, and we're no longer the 1950s or the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s. What's happening now, we are stepping into a new era. And by next year, that's going to be well more prevalent, more evident to everyone as well, because we're in, I think it's one of the planets, Saturn or Jupiter, is in retrograde, and it's clearing of old ways and relearning of new shit, change and transition. And once this retrograde ends, we are going to continually develop and grow in vast, previously never seen patterns that are way faster than we ever used to. We're now evolving at a much higher rate, literally every day, compared to what took 10,000 years prior. So we're at a new cycle where everything is about to change in front of us, and I can't express that enough. But only each one of us can learn this on our own as we see it happen before us.
What was the name of that movie?
And I'm going for my first cough drop.
The Adams Project.
Excuse me?
Adams Project? Okay.
The Adam Project.
Adam, my bad.
ADAM is as in first name, not the atomic structure, but Adam, ADAM, Adam.
Have you said it's on Netflix?
On YouTube.
YouTube, okay, even better.
Yeah, it actually has a lot of big names.
Now it may not come up as that. It'll come up as a Ryan Reynolds American Sci-Fi.
Okay, I will give that a try. I'll give that a watch because
I'm gonna look at it tonight.
I really need something new because I'm one of those kind of guys that could rerun the same show 15 years in a row.
Me too, or I legit just go to a documentary that I've never seen, and if it interests me, I sit there and I'm glued, or if it doesn't, I hear it in the background and I do other things.
Yeah. A lot of times it's getting background noise, but then sometimes I'll just drop everything I'm doing and then I'll absolutely, yep.
I'm currently rememorizing the First Crusade, Second Crusade, and Third Crusade of the Holy Wars of Jerusalem.
I wrote that down to look at that later.
Awesome stuff. I'm stuck in my restudy group and getting. Well, I'm trying to distract myself because I see so much shit that is like it's concerning me. I'm worried about people. I'm worried about the world. I see a lot of stuff. I think faster than ever, and I'm not trying to brag.
Yeah.
It is absolutely medically proven that I think faster, and of course that's why the government came to me. I think faster than 96% of the planet, and believe me, it's not fun. It actually can be it can be chaotic and scary, and I'm seeing a bunch of shit I'm not thrilled with. So I am trying to distract myself by remastering the past because I love learning, and I hope everybody else does too.
I love learning.
I hope people grab hold of this because it's all written in history. The Greeks knew we had 2 stars. The Egyptians knew we had 2 stars. The Sumerians knew we had 2 stars. And then there's planets with these stars. The Anunnaki had to come from somewhere, and it wasn't some one occasion fly by. Oh, a planet just flew by, and we won't see them ever again. No, this is a reoccurring cycle. Happens every 3,654 to 4,000 years. There's a little bit of leeway in there. That way, for inaccuracies, in case in case our information is wrong.
Yeah.
So, all right, who's playing with a dustpan?
Ice Cube.
Carol Ann.
Oh, Ice Cube. Okay, sounded like a dustpan. I'm sorry.
It did, didn't it? It's okay.
It did a little bit.
That glass iced tea just decided to jump right out of his hand and
Oh no.
take care of it, but everything's
Hey,
fine.
I did that the other day. I knocked the entire iced tea. I knocked the entire pitcher of iced tea onto the floor in front of the refrigerator,
Sam said he did
and
the
it
same.
opened. It went bloop everywhere, sticky, wet, and it was already pre-sugared. Pre-sugared iced tea makes a very sticky kitchen floor.
Oh yeah, that's
Very
the
sticky.
worst.
Yeah. Well, he was worried I was going to be upset because I just scrubbed the floor yesterday, and it's like, who cares?
It
Well, of course,
happens.
yeah. Well, that's why it happens.
Yeah.
'Cause if you didn't clean it, it wouldn't get dirty. It's like, well, it's like it's like earlier somebody was saying how much this is. Katie was talking about her favorite coffee cup,
Mhm.
and I said, "Oh God, don't say that," because the moment you do, that's when you drop it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
Nothing like a nice,
bad tidings.
Nothing like a nice
Paramount.
glass of iced tea now with this freaking heat. I personally don't take sugar with mine,
Hey,
but I love me a nice cup of
There's
iced tea.
always
And it is on sale at
a
Walmart.
time and place for it, Jesus. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Well,
get
If
you
I'm
with
not drinking,
it. You know?
It's very helpful.
In the winter, I drink coffee. In the summer, I'll drink iced tea. Well, I still have my coffee in the day. People look at me like I'm crazy when I'm ordering hot coffee in 100-degree weather, but I
you have to.
need
It just
I
hits the
I
spot
need my-
sometimes.
But somewhere
Yeah,
I read that,
I'll
though,
take my
when it's
quad
really
mocha.
hot, that you should drink something hot.
Yeah,
But-
that's what I tell people. Like, if anything, it kind of, I don't know. It has a weird effect. It doesn't make me hotter. I'll say that.
There's a
It doesn't.
scientific
Yeah.
reason for it. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I
Carol.
personally am more into tea nowadays than I am into coffee.
Mhm.
But it's like since I had my fourth child, like my taste buds and everything like
Different.
just switched. Like
Yeah.
it's
Really?
crazy.
Mhm.
How do you take your tea? Do you like sugar in it, or just?
I throw a little bit of sugar in there, but I don't put milk. Like my husband, he'll put sugar and milk.
See, I can't wrap my mind around the
His-
milk part.
His
I just
family's
can't-
from Ireland though, so
Oh,
like
yeah,
they do
that's
it
right.
up, you know.
That's why.
Yeah.
Tea with milk. Tea with milk.
Mhm.
All
They
the
all
time.
do it,
4:30
you know?
p.m.
Drink with milk. That's how my parents drank it. But
Yeah.
when I became the cook and bottle washer,
Yeah.
no milk in it.
I mean, I also could take it without sugar too, to be honest. Like,
can do
that's
either
how much
way.
I don't care for sugar anymore. But it does add to it a little bit
Yeah.
now and then. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
I had my.
Well, sugar
I
is
had a
far
couple of
safer than
years-
most everything else they're putting on the market.
I had a couple of years where I had the worst sweet tooth, and then I
Yeah.
just lost it. I don't know, like and I've never really
I
had a
don't-
sweet tooth, but it
Yeah.
came like 2 years, and then it just stopped. Like
You go
now,
through phases.
occasionally,
Mhm.
I'll indulge in a donut, but overall, sweets just.
but
It's one of those
even
things that
in,
even when I crave it and I
And-
have it, I'm
yeah,
like, this one wasn't all that.
indulging in that donut, it doesn't even matter because it doesn't satisfy that craving that you want
it doesn't.
You know?
It's like a craving, but when I eat it, it's like, okay, this
It
was
doesn't
not
even
as good as it
satisfy
was
it.
in my mind, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
and I
you know what happens then?
Yeah.
You know what happens then? Then you got to go to the glass of ice cold milk with Hershey's syrup, and then you go to a glass
Yeah.
of
But
chocolate
see,
milk.
even for
And
me,
that-
milk
when-
is
when-
always
That
here
always
and there.
fixes me.
I can't.
Yeah, but
my
chocolate
milk-
milk, you get the chocolate.
Well,
I
no,
can't have-
yeah.
I
It'll
can't.
definitely have chocolate in it if I am doing the milk.
I just can't handle anything. I guess I'm lactose intolerant.
No,
because I
well,
just-
dairy is not good for us at all.
It's not.
No,
It's not.
it's
It's not
not.
like
No, no.
it's yeah. After like 8 years, I don't know. After your initial childhood, you're really not supposed to have it. But
I'm
it
not
doesn't
gonna
make me
lie.
sick. It's just very discomforting, and it makes me really thirsty. Really thirsty.
For the scientific record, generically, most humans are lactose intolerant,
Yeah,
but
we
a
don't need that. Yeah.
lactose tolerance is comes in a certain group cross-reference Neanderthal DNA, where
Yeah.
you can be tolerant of it because their entire society was based off of goat milk and cheese, and it
Yeah.
had to do with the altitude resistance to the denisol.
Which totally makes sense, 1,000%.
Oh, there's a
You
big
know.
I will
difference
say,
between
But-
goat
But-
milk and cow milk.
cheese
As
is
a-
one of those things.
Like
Cheese is one of
as
those things that I just absolutely love, but I don't eat as often for the same
Like-
reason. But I love me some cheese.
so like my youngest is the only one that has had dietary issues at all. Like, you know what I mean? So like he's the only one. He's my last child, you know, and he's having these dietary issues. And my friend, who's like hardcore like anti-peg, which is like the number one ingredient in everything, you know what I mean? She said dairy, number one, cut it out, get it out of there, and he'll start having better bowel movements, you know what I mean? So that's just something
yeah,
for everyone in
Oh,
general.
boy.
If you're having issues, you know, eliminate that and see if it helps, pretty much, you know.
Did you say?
and we should get back on topic.
Katie, is that what you were
Sorry.
talking? All right. Well,
You can message me.
No, I
Jesus,
don't turn
I'm
it down.
totally
I was
up for
enjoying
it.
that, Rebecca. It was the director reminding us it was time to come back to the topic because we're now talking about lactose intolerant and
I
cheese and,
know, but it all
and
goes
genetics
with
and
the earth
Neanderthals
I
and
know.
everything.
well, it all connects. It all connects, you know, because there's a
I
lot
know.
of, you know, as I've evolved into the person I am, there's a lot of physical. A lot of diet changes have been very necessary for me because I've never been one of those people. I've never been affected so much by everyday things as I am now. As I turn into I'm 42 now, but starting in my late 30s, it's like I have to watch my body's not tolerant of so many things anymore.
I get it.
I don't know if it's age. I don't know if it's enlightenment. It's probably a mixture of both.
yeah, after 35
Probably,
you start to slow down.
Yeah. And it's I have to
After
be
35.
really what and I've never learned to do that. So I try to learn as much as I can with people who know better than I do. So I probably will be messaging you, Katie, because there's a lot of
We're all in transition.
learning that I'm still in the middle of when it comes to diet. And
People may have noticed that their dietary changes, their dietary needs have changed since 2010. At the startup of the 2010 ascension, when the planetary changes did occur, there was a beginning new balancing of the foods that you may notice that you're eating far less than you used to.
Yeah,
And what you used
definitely
to,
for
the
me,
portion sizes you used to eat are all of a sudden
Don't
way
need
too
it.
big. And you get full
Yes.
easy, you get uncomfortable.
Yes,
And then you
don't want
overeat
it.
and you go, oh my God, I'm so bloated. I can't
Yes,
move. What
don't
the hell?
want it.
I ate spaghetti. I ate way too much spaghetti. And our bodies are changing as of the 2010 ascension and the planetary. And all the planets tipped too when the second star got here and came up from underneath us. So we are in a full, complete change of everything we know is about to be unbelievable and beyond your wildest dreams where we're going.
well, just staying hydrated has become like a full-time job. I've opted for instead of just drinking so much water, what I do now is I just go get electrolytes, and that's
Right.
a little bit better, so I don't have to drink as much. Because I mean, most of the water we get now, there's no minerals in it. There's no nothing. It's just dead water. So you could drink it, and most of it is just gonna go right through you. So I recommend, and it's been working for me. Is just electrolytes,
Gatorade.
zero sugar.
Yeah, I don't believe in Gatorade though, Sam.
I don't either. I don't like Gatorade. I hate Gatorade. but I will do like the.
Well,
But
Pedialyte.
the ones that have, my husband does Pedialyte all the time.
Pedialyte.
Like
There's
the
these other ones that
vitamin.
I really like, but I
What is it
hate
called?
There's a whole bunch of new companies out there.
Yeah.
There are a lot. You can watch Heavy D from the Sparks Motor Company. I've tried to steer your way that way to you guys used to watch those, or the Ghost Cerro Gordo Ghost Mine Town. Brent talks about these new water additives that there are available on the new internet market. So I would recommend people to look into that. Be careful what you ingest, but also do your homework.
Absolutely. Yep. Yes. Do your homework, research into it. 1000%. Yep.
Well, the human brain is all about water, and this is part of what we are going through with the planetary and the brain thing, the melancholy, the hopelessness, that exterior electrical effect that is affecting our brains, because our brains are mostly water. Our bodies are 96-97% water. And how we thought process, the neuron receptors between thought processes, if the electrolytes within our brain are accurate, then we think clearly. If they're inaccurate, then we get almost a bipolar reactionary scenario where your thought processes goes to the wrong neuron receptor within the brain. So hydration is dramatically important, especially during close passes of moons and planets and asteroids.
Yes.
And there's the clinical science department of that, trying to remain logical and be me at the same time. And I'm on Ricola number 2. 4 hours, 42 minutes, and 58 seconds.
Amazing.
And your third Coca-Cola, Sam?
Right here.
Yeah, I'm on my third Coca-Cola, and I'm not happy with what it does to me. No, I'm on my second cough drop, my third Coca-Cola, and that's why I've had to run to the little scientist room twice.
Unfortunately, I have developed a thing for Cokes, but I stick to diet, and I know that's like the lesser evil, but it's still an evil nevertheless.
NutraSweet makes me sick.
I legit.
It doesn't for me, and it doesn't spike my blood sugar, which is even better.
It is more poison screaming than man. I get you, but
no, I actually get nauseous from NutraSweet.
Yeah, well, I used to drink legit because, all right, so after I had my second child, they went too far into my spine, so I had a spinal, leakage, so it was giving me spinal headaches. So then they told me to drink Coca-Cola, so then I became addicted to Coca-Cola even after my patch was healed up.
Really?
And I could drink so much Coca-Cola. I fasted for I don't know how long, because I guess because of COVID, this, that, the third, like my taste buds just weren't the same, blah, blah, blah. I can't even, I'll be in a mood for a Coca-Cola, I'll get one, and it has to be a can. I'll get one, and I can't even drink. I'll have 2 sips and my stomach starts hurting. Like, my body can't even tolerate the syrup anymore, Like,
it's
carbonation.
See, that's what's happening to me, right? I drink Dr. Pepper. I love Diet Dr. Pepper, but the thing is that as much as I crave it, I'll have like 3 good drinks and they'll be great, right? But I can never finish it. I can never finish it because I get that syrupy taste. After the first 2 or 3 drinks, those are the only good ones, and then after that, it's like I could taste that syrup, and then I end up. I've opted to just get like a medium now instead of a large because I never finish it. The medium, it's like 3 drinks, and then I lose interest, and it just.
And then you'll be like, go to a small, and then you'll eventually not even want it at all because that's where I'm at now.
All right, so I went from large to medium. Maybe I should downsize now to small, and then eventually just.
It wouldn't hurt, just to see how it feels,
Yeah.
And to think when we were at my age, we got cola syrup when we were sick.
Right?
The pure syrup.
Straight.
Yeah. We have problems when we get older.
Hi, Nicole.
Yeah.
Nice to see
Hello,
you.
Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. Yeah, it's just crazy because even me, like I just turned 37, I think, and
Oh, I
it's like I
rage you.
never
God,
thought
you're
I
so
would
old.
have those issues, and I have these issues. Like it's crazy,
Just
you
wait.
know?
Fix it now.
Just wait.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey,
never
when
had
I hit
any-
60, when I hit 60, my skin decided to stop functioning normally. And I started developing wrinkles and little, dry spots and stuff that don't
Yeah.
cure themselves normally through normal dermal foliation, and things start to grow on you, and then your back doesn't work, and then your feet hurt, and then the weather comes in, and then your shoulder hurts, and
And
something
then the doctor
you
has
never
no idea what's going
did.
on with you.
Yeah, and things start to hurt, and everything doesn't work the way it's supposed to, and don't even get me started.
Yeah.
I don't have major prostate issues, thank God, knock on wood.
Thank you. Yeah.
But your average male person, when they're in their 60s, it takes them a half hour to pee. And you
Among
don't
other
have control
things.
over it, or it comes all out. Oh, excuse me.
Among
Yeah.
other things.
I didn't hear. Oh well, I don't have either. I don't have any of those issues either. But yeah, I am
I
aware
don't
of
want to hear that. I didn't hear that. I don't want to
transitory.
hear that.
I'm aware of transitory prostate possibilities, but
How to get that dig in
my big
there.
concern.
Yeah, I heard it.
I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
well,
aging pretty gracefully, but I'm becoming very sensitive to a lot of what I normally would tolerate. I have to be very careful. My
Yeah.
diet has to be very
Yeah.
specific, because if
I
I
got you.
if I indulge too much here, too much there, I completely gets out
Yeah,
of
we
whack.
are not in
Well,
Kansas anymore,
I
Toto.
don't like how I feel. I'm comfortable.
honestly,
Even
though,
emotionally, like it affects me emotionally. If I have too
Oh,
much,
damn planets.
if I'm having one of those weeks where I'm
I was
kind of
just
carb
thinking that.
loading, when I'm carb loading or maybe sugar cravings, I start getting depressed, and I start feeling
yeah.
a
Yep.
little self-conscious more than I usually am, and I don't like the feeling. I just don't like the feeling. I stick to protein and healthy fats. Seem to work for me. I'm not always hungry. I'm not indulgent. I'm not craving crap. So I'm animal based diet
That's
is what works for me. I
yeah, that's
tried the
great because that's
vegetarian
gonna.
thing, that didn't really work for me. Is
Well,
animal based. That's the best thing for me.
well, they say.
And the occasional fiber as well, some veggies, but mostly animal.
Well, the fiber
Animal
is
based.
gonna help you eliminate, so that's why you need the fiber in there.
But not too much.
No, not too much. But the carnivore diet is gonna starve all sugars and this and that.
Yeah.
So it's gonna starve your body of everything that is gonna want that. So when you have those over cravings, like you gotta push through it. Like when you want that sugary thing that you want. Like for me, it's nerd clusters and Red Bull. Like you gotta push
Whoa.
through it and try not
Ooh,
to get
I'm
that.
sorry. If I drank one Red Bull,
I know.
oh my, I would be so ill. I
But
see.
that's
I
how
could
I feel
everything.
with Coke.
And then
Well,
imagine
no,
pairing
I
that
don't
with
drink.
the nerd cluster. That's wow.
No, that's my sugar craving that they want.
You don't.
Whatever
You don't
is in
even
my
want to
body,
know
that's what
what's
it wants.
in Red Bull and why they call it Red Bull.
No, I know. Well, they give you
Anyway.
wings. It makes you die.
Well, no, what
I
happens
get
is
it.
Yeah,
what
well,
happens
yeah,
to
well.
me. If I indulge in, if I carb load a lot, or I indulge in something sweet, it like opens my appetite.
To
Ferocious
everything else. Yeah.
It's like I'll have the worst day, and I will go over my calories. I will go over my diet goals if I make them, especially if I make the mistake of starting my morning with carbs. I'm screwed. That will set the
It's
worst.
giving the
It'll set me up
key.
for having the worst day of cravings and eating and drinking a bunch of garbage that I shouldn't be.
Right, you
So
give
I'm
a key
really
to the
careful.
box for the hen house.
Yes, if I start my day with protein and you know, 2 eggs, a little bit of protein, maybe a little bit of avocado, I'm great for the rest of the day. I'm not craving garbage. I'm not hungry, and I feel like a nice and steady energy. I'm not having to crash. I'm not having my sugar spike up and down. So my energy levels are nice and even. That's what works for me, and I need to stick with it. But sometimes
and absolutely
it's difficult to stick with it, you know.
Yep, everybody. That's exactly it. Everybody needs to find out what works for them and what their body needs, because everybody is different.
Yeah.
In a sense, but we're all the same, you know.
I hate to see that everybody disagrees with this diet or that diet. It's. I don't think there's no right or wrong universally. I think it's just you need to find what works for you.
Yes, absolutely.
Some people can tolerate the carbs a little better than some people. I can't tolerate. My body doesn't process carbohydrates very well, so I have to really limit myself there.
Like
on the other hand,
like,
healthy fats and proteins. I'm great with those.
Yeah.
Now
Like go ahead, Carolyn.
I was going to say mine is the gluten and dairy.
Yeah,
took
absolutely.
years to work around and find the right way, but
what do you do? Do you still did you put it out of your diet completely, or
it's a
yes,
nightmare
Nicole,
for
I
me.
agree.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive, so there's a lot of things I can't have, but there's also a lot of things I can have, and that's what I concentrate on. And to me, it's
and
not
over time you develop a taste for it.
Right, it's just a food plan. That's it. Because I can gain 10 pounds in 2 weeks without trying because of the gluten. You know, so
yes, flours will do that to me. Flour,
carbonation does it to me. Yeah, I have to read labels very carefully.
Really, yeah. And then they're really good at sneaking it in there, you know, especially sugar. They'll put different names and they'll call it sugar free.
I thought so,
But then they'll put maltodextrose, which is worse than sugar.
Right.
You know, so you have to be really careful. You know, because they'll just sneak it in there and call it a different name. Maltodextrose.
And
stay the hell away from it, guys. It's just horrible.
Not even that. It's honestly like, I'll just go into it with everybody right now. Like, I've been a bit silent and tired and this and that. Like, I legit feel I have parasites within me, and I did talk to Rebecca a little bit about it. No, we absolutely do, but we're not told this, and we're not.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Everybody
so like, here I am for the past 3 years, like right before COVID hit, pretty much. Like, and I can trace it back. I was playing with snails in my Florida backyard with my kids, and I traced it back, and I even told my doctor. I said, I have this, blah, blah, blah. Okay, do every test under the sun. Nothing comes back except I'm vitamin D deficient. Okay, great. So I have been taking that, and I am feeling better, but my symptoms are still there. My doctor's aware of it. He has no idea what's going on. You know what I mean?
They have a particular product on the market called Antabuse, and it's what they give to alcoholics when they're court ordered not to drink alcohol, and they take this pill called Antabuse. And if you drink alcohol on it, it makes you absolutely violently ill. But not only that, but Antabuse kills tapeworms and internal parasites.
I got you. See, and this is why, like, I was detoxing by bath, I was detoxing by teas, this, that, the third, blah, blah. I finally went on a detox, like a 7-day parasite colon detox, and I could tell, like, I told my family, I was like, I'm gonna have bruises tomorrow, like, my body hurts. I wasn't hitting into things, blah, blah, blah. The next day, they're like, what are all these bruises? I was like, I told you guys, like, and you can see, like, it legit was working. I have it all documented. I'm gonna write a book someday, Jesus, like, about it.
Well, if you take magnesium, if you take copper, if you take silver, if you magnesium, copper, silver.
Yeah, I do the The silver I do. I haven't done the copper.
Monatomic gold.
Okay.
Right. I do that.
Yeah. See, those are all positively charged.
And lemon juice. I will tell you that.
They're all positively charged metal. And that positive charge elevates
like everything
the blood.
I talk to you guys about, like I do. Like I don't, you know what I mean? Like just
and the other thing, atmospheric stuff, things you use, cleaning products in your home.
Yeah, I try to eliminate it.
Candles that aren't soy. Have contaminants goes right to your liver.
Everything.
Everything.
That's the peg, dude. I'm telling you, I came on this journey. Like I tell every time I'm here, like my dad got cancer. It was legit right before my dad got cancer. I started he was an older man, like in his 80s. He mentioned something to me and it escalated from there. Once my dad got cancer, I just legit dedicated my time because it was during COVID.
Right.
To everything related to what this old man taught me. Right. You know what I mean? And I just escalated and
you're so lucky you're doing it at this age.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yes, I'm very thankful, you know.
Yep. What's good that we learn because my mother passed away of diabetes and it's the reason why I started I started it after 10 years after, but when I was told that I was diabetic, I started freaking out because I was 40.
Well, that's
40 years old. I started freaking out. I was like, my mom died at 48. I was like, if I don't start now, I need to. I'm not gonna. I saw my mom do everything the doctor told her, and she only got worse. You know, basically follow the food pyramid, which we all know is a load of crap. So I decided to kind of learn.
Load of crap. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, you have to learn on your own, and again, you have to learn what works for you. And because I have diabetic needs,
you also have to have a certain amount of salt in your diet. We have been programmed since the early 70s not to put salt on our food, and that salt has to be. You have to have a saline salt solution in your brain. That also
they have given us terrible advice. They have given us terrible advice that has proven to be completely bullcrap. And they demonize salt and sodium. And I feel that some is healthy. You can't just completely cut it out of your diet.
Some is not. Sea salt.
Absolutely.
I recommend sea salt because it's got minerals. The atomic minerals that you need to make your brain function.
Yeah.
So
and
guys,
I saw much misinformation. You know.
Yes. Well, I mean, again,
talk about fluoride and
like you said. You know. Fluoride, the food pyramid, everything.
Look, if you go on diet, anything diet on TikTok, it's like you'll end up so confused that you don't even know what to do. You know.
Well, so let's go back to topic.
Yes.
I started with the carnivore diet, and then I've went from there. It helped me detox. It was the greatest thing that I did. But then I started incorporating stuff after and started realizing, okay, I can't tolerate this. I can't tolerate that.
Yeah.
That is the best thing that the carnivore diet did for me, is that it was a process of elimination.
Which brings it.
It was easier for me to.
It brings us full circle. You know, we have to look at the approximate 11 billion of us on this planet right now. And most of this processed foods that we're being handed comes in freezer cases and in containers and packages in plastic and all of this stuff. And when we were actually originally placed here, back to topic, we were placed here. And gatherers, but there's been a lot more. There's been a lot more crop usage than when you talk about hunter-gatherers, you're talking about a regional group of humans, because Homo sapiens are not the only group. There was the Denisol, there was Neanderthal, there was other races in the Malaysias were small pygmy people. Everybody forgets pygmies. Everybody forgets about dwarves. Everybody forgets about giants. There were multiple versions of us on the planet most of our history, we go back 50,000, 60,000 years. But you go back 100,000 years and you have a whole different group of people. You go back 250,000 years and you have a whole other group of people.
Yeah.
I mean, other groups, multiple groups. You go back 300, 400, 500,000 years and we have an entire group of other civilizations that did exist around us, which we see some of the stonework still today from, and mining operations, etc. We are not the first original high-tech civilization to live here within the last 500,000 years alone.
Absolutely.
Not by far. Not by far.
And
1,000%.
there has been a regime change in the middle of that, approximately 300 to 400,000 years. We don't have, I can't hand you the date it happened, but we know that the Earth was taken over by an outside extrasolar system race to add to our commodity base, along with what we are by the Anunnaki. Okay, that's an interruption in the Anunnaki's plans, but that's not often discussed. But the takeover, and that was the battle. The takeover of Earth has led us to our dietary supplement, our industrialization, our technological base, and all of this. And now we've reached an achieving point that was first reviewed by Bill. I'm trying to think of who. Anyway, it was like the Rothschilds and stuff commission.
Yeah.
Where back in the 1850s and 1840s, they, Carol Ann, you probably can reference this information, where they did this scientific study on population count. And it was recommended at that time that if we didn't have World War I, World War II, etc., that by 1970, we would be elbow to elbow with so many people around this planet that we'd be like the version from Star Trek, where they beam down to a population planet where there is nothing, nowhere anyone can go. And they actually have lotteries that remove people, sort of like Logan's Run. And we are at 11 billion planets, and that is the process that we are looking at. To make a long story short, our food has been doctored for productivity, shelf life, and they don't give a shit who it kills because there's far too damn many of us anyway.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. It's the reason why what I'm saying is that you can't just go online and start getting general knowledge of this stuff. You have to really do a process of elimination yourself and see what your body can tolerate, because we all have completely different needs. Me and my brother are a perfect example. He can't tolerate fats. He can't tolerate too much protein in his diet. He has to do low saturated fats, high fiber, and apparently he does very well with carbohydrates.
And then there's the food pyramid that teaches you what to eat, and that's wrong.
Absolutely. I hate that. I feel very cheated, because my mother followed everything on that freaking pyramid, and she did everything the doctor told her to do, and I only saw her.
We have to walk away from. We have to walk away from industrialization. We have to become a village square within ourselves, and the village healer and the naturalist and the herbalist, and stay away from this modern industrial medicine that there's only rigged for them to make money from, and our cancers
we have to go back to what it used to be when before we were industrialized. What did we eat then? We mainly hunted for our food.
That's what I'm saying. Hunter gatherers,
and we occasionally we use little vegetables and those kind of things just to not starve. We are technically omnivore, but we're mostly carnivore. We're mostly meat eaters. We are, with the occasional sparingly, plants and stuff, just to, mostly just to not starve in between, hunting. So I think what I tried to do was just go back to what it used to be. What was mankind eating during most of its during its evolution? What did we eat? What did we how did we behave? What did we drink? And then just cut out those things. I spend a lot of time on the road working. That's what I do. I drive. So sometimes I don't have a choice but to eat something on the street. So I stay the hell away from any fast
Now
food
you're making me
restaurant.
hungry.
Personally, I'll go to a Mexican place because that is the best. As far as real food goes, that's the best I can do when I'm on the street. I'll just go to a Mexican restaurant.
Beef tostada, beef, please.
I agree, Jesus. Like they're using
Right,
all
I
the
stay the hell away
spices
from
to kill
McDonald's.
parasites and this and that. Like they got it
Oh
going
God,
on. Garlic,
I cannot eat
oregano,
McDonald's.
da, da, da.
I actually zook. If I eat McDonald's, I zook.
It's gross. It's
I
gross.
throw up.
Yeah.
I can't. It won't stay in me.
I'll
No,
eat
it
it,
comes
but
out.
I'll pass out for 3 days. Like
Well, what happens to me is it does absolutely nothing nutritional wise for me. It's like I'm hungry
Yeah.
30 minutes later. It's
oh,
like nothing.
absolutely, I agree.
It makes me
It
feel
took me-
bloated. It'll make me feel bloated, but does it make me feel nourished? Does it make me feel
No.
No,
like
yeah.
I'm satiated? Not at
But
all.
no,
Not at all.
I legit did a test the last time, and it took me a Big Mac, a cheeseburger, and 5 chicken nuggets with fries and a soda to actually make me feel full to the bloated point. Like,
Yeah. It's
And-
Now
really,
I'm sick.
yeah, no, and it's disgusting though.
Yeah.
Like, even at the time that I was doing it, I was like, oh, I actually feel
I
good
couldn't eat
now. Like,
that.
I feel satisfied.
I
And
couldn't
then,
eat
like,
that.
a little later, I'm like, oh, I'm just so bloated now, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, and it's
But
a
in
feeling
order to
that,
feel satisfied, it took me that much to actually feel, you know what I mean? Like, not hungry.
yeah, and it doesn't last very long. It doesn't last very long.
Exactly.
The
Yep.
bloating will stick. Will make you'll feel bloated most of the day, but
Yeah.
you won't be satiated. You
I don't
won't.
even care to go there anymore.
Yeah,
at
I don't
all.
either. I don't either. When I have to eat on this out on the road, when I can't come home and make me something to eat, I will go to something that's not a small business, something mostly a little Mexican restaurant because I know
Yeah.
that they keep the
I get you.
preservatives and all that
Yep.
crap.
Taquitos.
But fast food, like any fast food chain,
Yeah,
no,
no.
absolutely not.
Yeah, it's just bad.
I think we bored Rebecca.
Sorry, Rebecca.
Or we
Oh,
made her
Rebecca.
hungry. Or we made her hungry.
She's
and she
like,
went
they're
to-
in their own little world right now. I'm gonna step out for a second.
This is all
So
related.
Yeah, she's run in and out about 3 times.
So
But
to
it's
end it
super
here, I just have
important
one
stuff.
question. I saw that a lot of people give. There was like a million recommendations. There was spirulina, there was teas, there was honey, there was. Does anybody give? Okay, so this is where I get a little overwhelmed because there's so many things that supplements and detoxes and all this. Does anybody have something a little bit more universal
All right.
that'll work?
So,
Green tea.
all right. So,
Buy
Jesus.
too many products. Does
Jesus.
anybody know something just
Green
that'll
tea.
work? That'll
Okay.
So
Well,
we can end this.
I did a great-
Caroline, what do you say about green tea?
Green tea and ginseng, honey.
Green tea and
and honey.
ginseng. Well, we'll start
honey.
there.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that-
that helps for energy for me. Definitely.
Well,
If you have any
the
details,
number one
recommend
cure all
Katie, or I saw Nicole. She's really knowledgeable in this stuff. You guys could PM me any recommendations of
Yeah,
something.
I'll
if you
definitely
really
talk to
if you
Jesus.
really want to go, hey,
I've been going over this for
If you-
like. Go ahead, Sam.
I was going to say if you really want to go for the gold, yeah, go for the gold, monatomic
Go for the
gold.
gold.
You know,
That sounds
monatomic gold. It's available at health food stores,
exciting.
and if you actually, the gold will go inside of you if you can afford it. It will actually go in and heal you from inside out. Monatomic gold
It
is what
attaches to the cells.
it heals you, and it is the whole basis of everything we are talking about today about the planets and about the reason that the war in space was taken over, going throughout our
Yes,
history and our
dandelion
generation
space.
upon generation of different humans of why we are here from the factory planet. If you add monatomic gold to your orange juice in the morning, a little teaspoon or a micro teaspoon at a time, depending on what you can afford or what you dare consume. And I never suggest you overconsume because your body will only absorb that which you can take in. So don't waste
that
it.
you
So
need. Yep.
starve it rather than bomb it.
Absolutely.
But if you want to see a significant, I can't personally afford it. Otherwise, I would buy it. If I could afford it, I would add it to my diet because monatomic gold, the number one source on the planet for monatomic gold is the Dead Sea. People go there, they smear that stuff on their bodies. They go in, they get cured, they get healthy. Why do you think one of the large, what they call cyclopic stone landing station is in Jerusalem? Is because of the Dead Sea and the collection of monatomic gold, which we also do, the overlords, is the commodity. It's about gold. It's about monatomic gold. You want to be healthy. You want to cure your brain. You want to be the best. You want to be on top of your game. Buy monatomic gold. Add a little to your orange juice. And if you really want to be crazy, throw in a raw egg. And that way the proteins will adhere to the monatomic gold. And therefore it will be induced into the body at a faster rate and a more exceptional rate, along with a pinch of salt and a pinch of sugar.
I was going to say, don't forget the salt.
Depending on orange juice. Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, hey, without salt, we wouldn't have planets. If you have 5 billion years and you take a pinch of sea salt and you go out in the middle of space and you let that pinch of sea salt sit in one spot in the middle of dead space where nothing's moving, within a million years or no, you'll have a planet. Because eventually everything goes to that. Everything goes to that salt. Salt forms planets. Salt forms solar systems. So it's all part of the building structure of chemistry. Carbon, salt, etc. You've got the high octane and the low octane, and it's a natural balance, yin and yang. It's all about it's all about phi and pi. Subatomic chemistry and astroatomic chemistry. It's all this equation of how things become. Because everybody thinks of everything as static and constant. You think of the planet as there. No, it's not there. It's moving. You look at the sun. You're not looking at the sun. You're looking at it where it was 12 minutes ago. Everything's moving. Everything's changing. Chemistry. Everything boils down. The fact that we talk, the fact that we can communicate, all goes back to this chemistry of how we were transitioned and changed, and why we're doing what we're doing. We're the 11 million. I'm sorry, I keep bringing this up. We're the working commodities because we were placed here. We are not. God didn't go, let there be light, I'll make humans, blah, in the seventh day, or the fifth day or the second day. That's not, if we go back to the Bible and you talk about Adam and Eve and the snake and the apple and all of that, the apple of knowledge, the truth is what Eve exposed to Adam was the fact that we were placed here by demigods and not gods.
Yes.
That is the secret. That is and the fact that we're greedy and we were manufactured to be greedy, to be these workforce, to mine the commodities, is our original sin.
Well, it's our original.
That is our. And that's why we fuck each other. F-bomb. That's why we do that. We screw each other over. Boy, that came out too easy. I meant it, dang it.
Didn't even warm
but
up
anyway.
to it, Sam.
Hey, Rebecca laughing.
She
knows when I have my phone in my hand.
Hey, look.
Oh, dear.
When you get irritated, it sort of comes out of your mouth a lot easier. I am irritated by our position, but I know, and that also boils down to my whole last week, is I know a larger picture of what we have control over and what we don't have control over. And everyone out there, unless you live through what I lived through, standing there, being captured by a higher race, watching the little grays run around you, you're a prisoner, you're a silly little human, and you find that out, there's no way to describe that to you. And you can believe me or don't believe me, it doesn't matter. Not to me, not personally, because I know I was there. And the point with it is, and I always disbelieve everybody who tells me those stories too. I'm normal. You are too. Point with it is until you've been there and you've had everything, and Rebecca's a very religious person, and I'm a very religious person. I'm a very religious person. I've spent a lifetime trying to find Jesus and God. No, it's real. There's a lot to it.
Yeah.
It's a psychology of, it's a file, it's a chapter in a big book. And there's more chapters, but it is one chapter of a big book. The point with it is there's a lot to that, and there's a premise base for that and why, which is what allows us to get through the dark, stormy night to know that the dawn tomorrow is coming. But man's rendition has been manipulated to the point where we are now controlled by that system of fear, the religious-based fear that we want to do the right thing, we want to follow the rules, we want to be societally correct. Nothing's wrong with that. That's all good. It's when you get the catastrophic home terrorist that goes the opposite on it, which we have a very large faction on our planet now. The people who are actually literally evil have decided to be so on purpose. Because society has created its own personal terrorists.
Unfortunately, as humans, we always take something good that is meant for good, because I don't think religion itself is bad. I think it's man that has made it what it is. And we always take, you could always count on mankind to take something perfectly well and take a crap on it. And that's what I think.
There are groups out there. There are sub-factions. There are sub-factions who willingly and openly defy all of society and Rome and modern religion and intentionally seek connection. Now, I'm not going to say with Satan, but with the satanic point of view that says because everyone is sheep and following the rules, we can get away with murder if we don't. And they've gone to that other spectrum on purpose. And I see magic dark fingers from Katie Joe.
Yes.
What?
You are aware we can barely see you.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
The heebie-jeebies.
Really.
Beautiful.
Thank you, Carol Ann.
Getting bugs. Yeah.
Yes.
That is.
But anyway, there's a part of society.
It is to me. I don't know.
Part of a society, for better or for worse, whatever you want to call them, that have decided to be intentionally evil on purpose because they can. And that is now coming to a head because they're getting away with it because everybody else is caught up with their own discomfort, which we are all going through, and they're playing off that factor. And now it's up to us who are good and righteous and willing to, rather than change the entire world, like we said earlier in the program, rather than make everything crappy along by inappropriately reacting, but let's all make it just a little less shitty on purpose.
Yeah.
Let's all change our own. Let's all change our own surrounding around each other and not let the assholes win.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Carol.
It's time.
You're
We
welcome.
are, you know.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. Thank you again, Carol Ann. Really.
And I promise I'll try no more F-bombs. I apologize. It came out a little
I don't
easy.
know. It was just the way.
It's
It was
because,
just the way.
it's rare when you have a fervor and intent.
He didn't know. He acted like I don't know how that happened. I don't know.
Well, it's not a average word in my vocabulary.
Yeah.
Giggle.
As the lady on the old shows used to say, I have teenage children at home. I can't use that word. Anyway. Yeah, it's not a word I use regularly.
You do.
I moved into view.
Oh, guys, I can't wait to see what August is going to bring. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Wow.
Especially with these storms we've had.
I'm anxious.
I mean, I see the distance, the electric discharge. I see it in the distance before it even comes.
I'm
way out there, and I see it coming in.
I'm actually thankful for what I have now. I am more, oh my God, I got a roof. Because I went through this a couple of years ago where we had those storms that went through here in 20 and 21 and and 18. I've had my roof changed and all these people that are losing their houses around the world and everybody, oh, it's just them. It's just them. And no, I've been taught a hard lesson by looking all this up on a regular basis that I am thankful that I have a roof right now. Thank you.
Right.
And we all have to plan. You know, I talked about this I think a week ago. Where these people, they've got all their children's toys out there. They've got the trampoline and the climber with the slide and all of this and the swings in their yard, and that shit blows away and then damages the house next door. And if you have that right now, I already think that, or I'd make sure damn well it didn't blow away. Because that trampoline could kill somebody or break your front door or your windows or your roof. You have to rethink things. We have to really, really be ready. I mean, I don't know. I know now my accuracy is usually something that's gut feeling. I know that August is coming. I don't want to be Penny screaming the sky is falling. But the stuff I saw from today and yesterday and this week, and the proximity of the Tana asteroid, and we know the coming 180-day cycle, which is going on since the middle of March or the end of March. We're in the middle of it right now, and what's coming is spooky. What I'm seeing from the members around the world is spooky, and I don't have any other way to express that. I am anticipatory of something scary.
Prepare.
And I want to warn people. That's why I posted, you've been warned.
Yeah.
You have to listen or don't.
You have
and
to
a perfect
prepare.
piano concerto behind me.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah. We have to prepare. You have to think about your house, your kids, your family, your car, your carport, your shed, your neighbors, Your neighbor's tree can come into your yard and kill you.
Absolutely.
Yes, 1000%.
We've had that.
Don't be rude about it, but think about these things. Check your weather. Which direction does your normal weather come from? Look at that. Think about those things. Think about what you keep in the basement. What happens if it floods? Am I going to lose all of that?
All the
Think
time.
about where you store
Always
what.
thinking about it.
Record. We talk about bug out bags. Think about getting copies of your strongly important birth certificates and passports and driver's license, and get that file and ready in a backpack ready to grab. And if you ever have to leave, then you've got a copy of that information in case you end up, unfortunately, in some refugee camp somewhere, which I do not recommend ever going to. Do not expect the government to save you. You save your own ass. Because there's no mothership coming for us until much later.
To me, it's so crazy because I used to be all about listening to what we're told to do, and then it's like you do a little bit of research, this that, and it's like no,
quite different.
Yes, you gotta look into it, and you gotta understand,
Whatever recommendations they put up,
stock up on your dry goods.
The opposite.
Most likely do the opposite.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that goes for just about everything. Everything.
Right.
And like Sam was saying, stock
it's
up
all
on
about self-education.
just essentials that you need. Just be aware that you got it on hand. Yeah. Just be aware.
I have so much
whatever's within your means, to guys. I have limited, and I think most of us have limited, financial means.
Yep, and that's
but
why
I mean, whatever
aware,
you can do, and there's things that you can do that don't require, as Sam said, you don't want to leave your trampoline out there, kind of thing. I mean, how many videos do we see of these incidents where a wind current just comes and takes a whole bouncy house?
Just having extra granola on hand and simple stuff like that.
Food staples.
Dried foods in Now you also have to watch your containers so that you don't get bugs and mice, because if you have stored foods, you're going to get bugs and mice, and there there's something to. If you buy flour, for instance, pre-sifting it from one container to another acceptable container, and I would rather recommend Tupperware than any cheaper plastic, because remember, plastic degrades over time and also puts out bad boo-boo. Anyway, so a better container, but that way you pre-sorted for bugs. Smaller containers, individual containers, that way you won't contaminate an entire tub, or if you had a 50-gallon drum, don't fill it with flour, because if you got one bug, then you lose 50 pounds, and that's why I talk about smaller containers.
Right.
Canned foods with good expiration dates typed on them. Marking, rotating stock, anything dry. Rice is a biggie.
You rotate too.
Yes. Rice is a biggie. Spices. I have a lifetime supply of spices right to my right now, more than I'll ever use.
Yeah, I just stocked
can supply
up
my family neighborhood, and I have just about everything I ever thought of using. So the point with it is we are in dark times. Our foods are going to get worse. Our production of growth of food around the world is lower than normal. We're okay in the United States because we're a G7 country, and they are putting the seed trails up for that reason. Everybody else is really suffering weather-wise, crop-wise. Look it up. Go to YouTube, study, get the information.
Is down like 20% too. I know that doesn't sound.
Oh yeah, well look what they just did in Idaho.
It's a lot.
They just passed a law to stop most of the potato production in Idaho.
We will feel what happened in Idaho sometime in the next year or so. We are going to feel that. We're going to have a slight, if not.
I was talking to Mark in Ireland. And their potato production is also it's down, and I'm hearing rumors of a new mold, a new potato plant mold, and so this year. Look at soybean production. Look at corn production. Look at cattle production. Look at chicken production. Look at the pandemic we just are now going through with the new cow milk virus and all of that's going on. Because of our geological temperature changes, new diseases are reaching into new avenues that we have not previously seen in industrial nations versus third world nations. We have third world nation conditions happening all over everywhere in our food supply, in everything. Look at all the strawberries that are tainted, and the listeria in our river supplies, and all that.
Cleaning your vegetables and this and that. Like, I legit had bugs swimming through my shit, like in my water. You know what I mean? Like, it's there, you see it, and everybody's like, "Oh, well, that your stomach acid." Either way, you just want to be aware. Like, what if one makes it past your stomach acid?
Yeah, eating bugs can make you very sick. I had that happen. I ate bugs on an Alaska Air flight, and by the time I got to Baja, Mexico, I was deadly ill from my salad. I got from bugs on my salad.
And I don't talk to anybody like I talk to my mom, and I tell my sister, who thinks I'm crazy, but my mom, she believes me, and I tell my husband, and I tell my kids. I legit think I have the snail parasite that's from African snails, and it's like schistosomosis or whatever, and I legit feel that a lot of us in the United States has it. And it's just not a point that everybody is aware of, because it's eradicated here. And it's like, no, it's not eradicated here. You can look for tidbits here and there.
Okay, then we've also got to go. We've also got to go to Rocky Mountain spotted fever. We've also got to go to the mosquito issues. We've got to go to the there's all kinds of nasty shit that's moving up right now in our region. We talked about it earlier. Leprosy in Florida is spiking, and what else? Oh yeah, there's another one in Florida. Anyway, lots of shit is going on everywhere. Well, hell,
I'm talking about.
Well, we have the Black Plague.
The plague.
Yeah, the Black Plague is in the United States, in Washington, Oregon, California, and Utah. Oh, and Northern California.
And
It was referred to as the Yosemite disease.
But like, think about it though. If all these people might be aware that it might be parasites, fungi, or a mold, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
But they're not being told this, that it could be that, and they're just being treated for something else entirely. Like, that just disrupts everything, you know? Like, I don't know.
Would you like a tea I could recommend for you to make at home for yourself?
What one is it? Cider fire?
Do you like grapefruit? No. Do you like grapefruit?
Yeah, I'll eat it.
Okay. Do you like pink grapefruit? Go to the store, buy yourself a pink grapefruit.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Take half of it, including the rind.
Yeah.
And squeeze it into a pan of water.
Okay.
About 8 ounces of water, and boil that down.
Are we making
boil it down.
hydroxychloroquine?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have the recipe.
Yeah.
You are smart. Okay, yeah. And what you're making. Okay. Do you know what natural quinine?
So much, you know. But yeah.
Do you know what natural quinine is?
Yeah.
Do you know what natural quinine is? It's boiled down grapefruit rinds.
Yep.
Yeah.
And lemon and orange, no?
Honey.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I used that when I had COVID.
And to do that.
Made my
I
own.
will elevate your internal
for about
body temperature.
2 years. Once I learned about it, I was like, because I saw it in Little House on the Prairie, and they're like, we need hydroxychloroquine.
But what that will do.
Like, oh.
What that will do is it elevates your body temperature, and because of your host body blood temperature, it will boil out any parasitic infection by increasing, which is what they do with malaria, because it boils out malaria out of the blood.
Yeah.
And I also recommend colloidal silver. Colloidal silver.
Yes, I have that as well. Sorry, I didn't mean it. I was just excited. I had it as well.
And if you do a tea once a month, half a grapefruit once a month, for all 4 months, and colloidal silver, I guarantee you will drop any population of internal organisms.
Well, that would be great.
Colloidal silver, really.
Yes, I've been using that. Jesus, I've been using it for about a year now.
Yeah.
And I legit, at first, I was dispelling stuff that just, like you wouldn't even think is real. Like,
really?
Everybody thought I was crazy.
I have a
my mom legit
gallon
was
of it
the
in
only
my house.
person that even understood
I
me.
always keep it on hand. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm never without it.
I want to start making my own.
I do 2-3 tablespoons a week.
Base. Yeah. Like, I want to have my own.
Yeah, I have bunches and bunches of colloidal silver.
Something to think about, Katie.
I know,
Yeah,
I know.
definitely.
There's my mom even thought.
Rebecca,
I'll talk to you later, Carolyn.
We'll talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you finished the colloidal silver we sent you, Rebecca?
No. There's still at least half a bottle. Still, I mean, I've been using a teaspoon.
Yes, when.
But yeah, you don't need a lot.
Yeah.
Just have a teaspoon every couple, like once a week. A teaspoon.
Because that bottle was pretty good.
You don't have to use a lot of it.
But yeah, I still have it.
And that was made by Lucinda, and it was like
I know.
Well, that's made by other people. That was so strong I couldn't take it.
Yeah.
I believe I got my T-shirt through Lucinda.
It down.
Cool. Huh.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Lucinda.
Which one is it?
Thank you, Lucinda.
Which one is it? I can't
you
see.
weren't here earlier.
Oh, that's cool. I remember that one. I didn't get a chance to order one while they were still on there, but that's a cool one.
I was so happy
we need to talk to Deb. We talked to Deb Godshell. I haven't spoken to her in a long time. She recently went through a loss in the family, and I haven't spoken to her since. I'm going to find a copy of that shirt and I'm going to send it to you, Rebecca, right now. So everybody out there knows what we're talking about.
Maybe they could do a reorder or something.
Yeah, if only if I could Google it,
Yeah, I
that
was
would help a
thinking about
lot. There we
trying to
go,
go
Sam.
back and see if
Oh,
I could do
wow.
that, to be honest. And then I was gonna see if they were like, you need a certain number of people, and then I was gonna get back to you guys and see. I just didn't even get there yet, but I thought
And
about
the donations raised. It's still sending. The donations raised in selling the T-shirts did help me a lot, and it didn't raise a lot of money, but it did. It handed me a $50 check here or a $100 check there, but it did help a lot. And that's the shirt. I myself have had fewer orbitations of the molecule, but to show a binary orbitation instead of a
looking at it
multiplex
right now.
orbitation of atomic structure.
I get you. I love this T-shirt though. Just saying.
Yeah, and they were really quality. They really were. And I'm wearing mine today as we speak. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Get it yet, Rebecca?
Even though, like I said.
Yes, I have.
I love it.
Placed on here.
I'll be right back.
All right. Okay.
Well, this was a big learning experience for me. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this last 30 minutes and kind of go slowly through it and see. Start writing down all the interesting things we talked about that I have yet to learn and perfect myself. Sounds like you're very knowledgeable on this topic, Katie, and you probably should consider doing your own little thing.
I honestly, Jesus, I would love it. I'm trying. All right. So as of right now, I'm going back to school for philosophy. Instead of human services, because I was doing human services at first. And now I'm going back for philosophy because it just interests me so much. I'd rather go to school for something I love to learn about,
That makes sense.
And then I want to go back for medicinal, this, that, the third, because I just want to be certified in order to actually tell people, this is what you got to do. I don't want to, but that's why I include, everybody needs to research everything. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because if I didn't research everything, I wouldn't understand what I need personally myself, So, like I said, I've just been on this journey and I'm just going through it and I'm riding the waves and I'm seeing what comes about.
Well, you're smart doing it now. You really are.
Well, thank you, Carolyn.
Sorry, I had to feed the cat.
I'll support you, honey. I will. We need another group.
Absolutely. Yeah, we need a health and mental and physical health group. I think that'd be great.
Hey, you guys. I think everybody's forgotten about Nibiru Followers Anonymous off topic.
That's right.
Right, Rebecca. I bet you have. Rebecca, I bet you haven't been there in weeks. I bet you haven't been. I was there the other day.
I don't know if I'm
on your Facebook.
Am I even on that?
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know if I was ever even in that.
Me either. I gotta go look now.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for reminding me, Sam. Yeah.
I bet you haven't been there in a while, have you?
I know it has been a while. I got locked out the first night.
You guys,
you want to hear my oldest website or my oldest Facebook site that I have not visited in a very long time?
What is that?
I'm an admin of Cloud Cloaks.
Cloud Cloaks.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, remember? You guys remember Regi?
Oh, look.
Regi and Teresa and all. Oh God, there were hundreds of people in the early Cloud Cloaks.
I remember her.
And Tracy and what was that one gal's name that lived down south? That God, I wish Jillian was here. She'd know exactly who I'm talking about. They ended up buying a cave, and her father was a millionaire, and she was waiting for him to croak, and she ran the crazy train and She was like part of 104 Countdown and all of those folks way back when in the early years.
I remember that when I was new. I kind of remember some shit like that when I was new.
Rebecca and
I had a whole
and Carolina, I'm sure you know it too.
I had a lot of people warn me about you, Sam. When I first,
I know I'm such a bad guy.
They told me that I might end up going crazy about it, like that lady did.
That's how somebody said that to me too. They're like, "Watch out for those cults." I said, "I'm very aware of cults," and I said, "This isn't a cult."
Yeah,
I said, "You
that's
either can be
so that was one of the
or not."
That was one of the first warnings that I got, that I might end up like that woman up in a cave somewhere who just freaking lost it. Sorry, I interrupted you, Sam.
Oh no! Actually, you did not interrupt me. You were right. You were perfectly timely. You right where you needed to be. That's the exact point. This is. We go back to this is batshit crazy, and I mean, I've been called cult leader like so many times. It's no longer
probably one of the most.
It no longer bothers me. It's now funny. I'm to the point where.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kate.
No, somebody said that to me too. They're like, "Watch out for these cults," and I was like, "I said it's not a cult. I said you either see it or you don't. If you don't see it, that's fine, And they left me about my merry day, and they went their merry day,
Well, and I always go back to. Okay, what are we seeing here, Carol Ann?
That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. We need that.
It comes with the territory, guys. It comes with the territory. It comes with the territories.
Yeah. When we go back and we look at the number of troll events that we had over the years, and videos that have been produced about us on YouTube, from prominent YouTubers calling us absolutely the most insane thing that they've ever heard of. And the whole point to all of this is it's so vastly large and expanded a story that nobody would even come up with this. I mean, we're talking Dune season 8, not Dune season 1. And that's, by the way, the Dune is actually being overblown. And I strongly still recommend the first original version of Dune. Or I recommend go read the books. Don't watch the movie. Read the books. I did. Anyway, the story that we're handing you guys for free right here and now, that all of these experts that are in front of you right here, right now, is so massively huge. You can't even imagine right now. And you're not even going to know about for another decade or less. In the case of Katie Joe, you caught up a decade's work in a matter of months. So I can't say you can't, but you could. You could learn all of this shit, this vast amount of information that our dear friend Rebecca has so diligently put together in comparatives, and brought us here today in a group on her Citizen Science podcast from Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and has been magnanimous and kind enough and patient enough to tolerate all of our idiosyncrasies and our quirks. I thank you, madam. And I mean, madam, in a respectful, not elderly way.
Sure. Sure. Well, I
appreciate that. The hostess with the mostest.
Oh man, thank you, go. Really?
Well, no.
You're amazing.
I look forward to being here every week, and you're the reason that we're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Oh my gosh! Like I said before, really I dreamed of this day.
Go ahead.
It was always your idea, that's the fun part, is he would sit there and he'd like, we could have this show, and we would sit there and toss it around, over and over and over again. It's just funny how.
And here I was doing my laundry,
I knew you could do it. I knew
you guys would start, and there it was one day. I was like, yeah.
I judge myself as a pretty good judge of people's social behavior, and who yes, I can look inside you guys. I'm admitting that I can, and I beyond what you even want me to know.
I didn't think I could.
Well,
I really did.
I think each of you have had an example throughout time that I have touched something inside of you that your average Joe Facebook does not see and know. I hope so. In the right manner, not the wrong manner. I have been accused of attacking people with my remote viewing, the evil Sam Hoffman and his attacks from remote viewing. Ah! No, none of that happens. But I hope all of you have found a level of accuracy in what I know and see, and I hope you had a level of that display. Because, by the way, indigos do not do tests. We don't show our homework. But I hope each of you have learned that I am deeply your friend, and I'm not here to mess with you, but I'm here to help and teach and learn as a group, because only as a group are we going to make a difference, because one person cannot change the world. It's a group of people to change our future.
Yeah. We need collaborative effort. We do.
I can't tell you, Sam, how many times on a weekly basis I get warned about you, but
oh God, please tell me more.
I never
never
once.
No, I do.
Never once. I don't think there was ever once a time where I ever doubted you. It was always like an automatic.
Yeah.
There was an automatic connection there from day one that it never weakened, and it was never in question. It was never. And I don't see how people don't see that. I don't see how people don't see that, because anybody who has a decent judge of character would know that you've been consistent in your message. You've been consistent in your friendship, and you've been consistent with everything. And you are. I am very lucky to call you my friend. And
thank you. I value that opinion, and I am lucky that you're my friend also.
Seriously, though, I agree with you, Jesus, 1000%.
Rebecca, I'm sending you another photo, and you can post it if you'd like it. If you don't want to, you may not, whatever.
Wow.
It's a little arrogant. I do apologize, but I'm, what you're talking about, Jesus, about the automatic recognition, and that was part of what the message of what the Pleiadian told me, and that's where I started arguing with him, and I went, oh yeah, right. Like, I'm going to convince a population, planet Earth, follow me. This is my opinion. Listen to me. And I was told by him that it was something in the Dungeons and Dragons world. It's known as audible glamour. It's a term. You can look it up in the D&D handbook.
Audible glamour?
Audible glamour. I have a culmination place. I am me. I am supposed to change things. Now that's arrogant. It's absurd. I don't see me as doing that alone, but I see us as a collective doing that. Yeah. Well, go ahead, Caroline. You have something to say?
Yeah, I was thinking pretty hard there.
Audible as in tangible, glamour as in karmatic charisma that's instantly recognized. And that's what he told me, that I would meet people in my life who are part of culmination, part of the new world, part of the upgrade. They would automatically recognize me and see me as true.
Okay.
Now that's me. That is me admitting way too much publicly.
Well, Sam, I have ADHD or whatever you want to call that. I know
that's a gift. It's a gift, not a curse.
Yeah, but it's not a bad thing.
No,
I lose interest very quickly in things. Very quickly. I hyper focus on.
They don't challenge you
on things, and this is the one thing that I hyper focused on it, and I just could not get enough of it. And that feeling has never left. You said it once, and you say it every so often, that the Pleiadian had told you that you will have this, that people will be kind of attracted to just listening to you. That is absolutely 100% on point.
And that's what, I argued with him over that.
It's the same thing with Rebecca, and I know most people here, if not all the people here, felt that once we heard you speak.
I am not the only one. I am the early indigo, and I know this from my inner workings. I have I have a genetic connection to old memory that goes back beyond anything I can even comprehend. And all of you who know me know that my track record is absolutely over the top percentage gifted, because I see things that nobody else sees. I know things that nobody else knows. And my accuracy in the last 14 years absolutely speaks for itself. If you doubt anything I say, go look it up. I challenge you to find. Now, there are small inaccuracies because, I too went through a learning process. I had to be guided.
And you still are going through it, Sam. And
Yeah.
This is not an exact science. This is very. I mean, some of it's predictable, and some of it is left to chance. And
I am human.
Yeah.
I make small mistakes.
There's nothing that you can reference this in any book or science book of any kind. We're learning basically as these things are happening. So yes, there will be small, skewed mistakes, of course, but in the overall picture, and I've said this to people before, look at his track record; it's very consistent. You cannot say that the guy says one thing one day and then another the next day, because you'd be lying. It's a very consistent message for as long as I've known you, and that's going on 7-8 years now.
Oh, longer for me, Jesus. And
I was seeing the last episode that you've been around since 2010 or something. I was like, I had no idea you were along.
Carol Ann is one of our oldest.
Every show.
I know that you were. I know that you've always been around as far as I've been around, but I didn't know you went back that far. Wow, I don't know.
Carol Ann, are you a member of Montana Skywatcher 1?
I was.
Okay, are you on 2 now?
I think I'm on 2, honey. Yeah, I think.
Okay, well that's fine. Basically, Montana Skywatcher has become a library and close friends. Right. So you're getting more active on Skywatcher 2, and then we have another scientific group, which is Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, which Rebecca and I both run. And then Rebecca has several others, like Nibiru Followers Anonymous, which is a good page. We get a little. By the way, I have to gather everybody's attention. The premise in Nibiru Followers Anonymous 1 has actually tightened up and toned down, and everybody's become a better cohesive collective. They're not the scattered, misappropriated conspiracy theories from hell, flat earthers, and clown pictures with dogs scratching their butt that used to be. And I apologize, I don't mean to insult. I'm saying it was a chaotic circus of the members.
Yes.
It's actually mellowed out. It is actually mellowed out very cohesively. Yes. I have to congratulate you for that. The premise mode, the genre, the vibe has actually become more cohesive and unified. So
good.
Congratulations.
It's taken about 4 years to get it, because for the first 3 years, it was a little out of control. But I wasn't really on hand as much as I should have been. I wasn't able to.
You are excruciatingly busy. You are busy. Hand. I know what you're working on.
I can't tell you. I every time that I check into Facebook, I don't always. Sometimes I do it passively, just because I have a second, and I'll just go on there. I don't have time to comment, but I'll just watch it. I always see Rebecca either just posted or it's always consistent. Always consistent there. And
my favorite. I love it. Rebecca.
I think all groups now have reached a place where it's more or less. It's not so annoying. There's not so much trash being put out. I feel the troll number. I feel the trolls have really quieted down over the last.
Well, I go through the feed, and I'm looking at shit, and Rebecca has beat me to everything, and she's answered everybody correctly already, and I just end up agreeing with her. I mean, it's been months like that now, where she's already beat me to the feed, and I'm going, yeah, Rebecca, you're right. And I don't even have. She saved me a 20 picture post bomb on those poor people who would have to look at my material. But yeah, she's answering me ahead of time, so you're doing a fantastic job. You have become The
you.
student has become the master.
Oh my
I love
goodness.
it.
That's so nice. It really is. I mean, it's not like I had set out to do any of this. That's the
But
fun
you're on top of it. You're
Yeah.
okay. Now, granted, I'm
You're
gonna
amazing.
tease you. I'm gonna tease you here.
Uh-oh.
Earlier, your earlier drawing of the Saturn's yellow moon versus the lead object and all that was wrong. But you made a mistake, but that's okay. You can retract it or not.
It's fixable. I still have it.
And it's
just
ever
delete the post.
changing. So it's like, how are you
Yeah,
supposed to decipher,
Hey, I screw up. I screw up.
Yeah.
And it happens every day, every week, every month. So yeah, and you're accurate. No, and I no, we need to applaud this lady because
she's amazing.
She is answering.
She's
She is beating me to answering the questions now. Congratulations. Excellent. Well done. Thank you.
That's really wonderful. Thank
We're
you.
gonna
Thank
keep
you.
her.
Really.
You're the best.
It's just the coolest thing because if y'all understood how long it took me to piece it all together, and now I can in minutes just turn around and spit it out.
Like boop, 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 boop.
Yeah, I don't know why it took me forever, but it did because I was like,
no, that's you.
Every now and then, Sam would leave comments in a post, and I would sift through all the posts looking for whatever it was he said. What did he say today? It was I was stalking him or something, but.
I get it. I do.
And then I would be like, okay, so this is that. And then slowly, forever, it took how long?
Because
I don't
it's
know.
Part of the research.
It's there.
Yeah.
You see
When
it.
you do the research, you will pick it up.
And you know what surprised me about Carol Ann is that you have extensive files of pictures. You saved stuff that I posted that nobody else saved.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Jesus,
they're safe. They are safe.
Jesus has a very famous index finger, and he takes fantastic captures. And Katie Jo has bloomed in months to where she is. And I'll shut up now. Go ahead, Jesus.
No. Katie Jo has been one of the. I think Katie Jo and Chris has been one of the fastest students.
New stars.
Yeah.
They're new shining stars. The new experts.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, guys.
But my thing is I want to bring them to life. That's what I like. That's my thing. Is I love seeing them in movement. That is my thing. That is what I love capturing.
Yes.
Is seeing them orbiting over us, capturing them as they move over us.
I'll never get your captures.
That is what fascinates me. Catching them as they move over us, and that to me, when I do that and I catch a good one, I can't tell you the rush that gives me. It just gives me. I just love it. Absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite things to do in the world is to capture them while they're moving over us. You can't.
I love your videos,
just can't.
I don't get those.
I mean, the evidence that kind of evidence is it's beyond reproach. You just can't. You can't say it's a cloud. You can't say it's this because you're seeing it moving right in front of you.
And rotating.
And
land masses and cloud and the micro cloud formations that are adhered to the side of that obvious circle right in front of you with the one cloud where it defines the separation between the sky and the blue that you're looking at, that's dark, that you've never seen in your entire life before, but oh my God, there it is.
But then also, Sam, you see it at night and you're like, holy shit, that's there. It really is there.
The night ones are so cool. It's just so hard to capture them. Which is what I love that Russell, because Russell's been posting a lot of night ones because those expensive, those a little higher end camera that he has, the GoPro, those do really good at night. Really
I have a night vision scope that I bought in the 90s that I've used twice.
Well,
I couldn't even tell you if it worked right now, but it takes a battery.
I get it. But I'm just even from seeing with my own eyes, I see that. I see it. I don't even have to take pictures, although I take them and, I post them as need be, but I don't want to overwhelm either, But like I see
Oh my
it,
God.
and it's just amazing seeing it come
There
through.
is so much going on there, and there's no way. There's no
And
way
to get
for
out,
anybody to see this until you get outside and actually spend a little
yes,
time and watch this and look at the dirt. And you got to reverse your eye when you
and
first start that off. The trick to everything is look in the dark areas first, not the light. If you once you learn to switch your brain
yes,
to looking at the dark areas first, gray black sunglasses, and you look up and don't look just at the horizon, look up. Once you
yeah,
see the dark shadows, your eye grows from then on. And what happened to Rebecca, for example, is that she got to the point where she's seen the patterns so many times that they've actually drilled their way into her brain, and she now in seconds realizes what she's looking at.
and that's how I
Once
feel
once
too.
once you do
Like,
that, it's incredible. Once you
yeah,
do that, it's the whole world opens up.
yes, like
Yeah.
I can't not see the salamander asteroid group without knowing that it's the salamander asteroid group. You know, like it's there, it's
There,
obvious,
boom,
it's
it
there.
grabs you.
Like,
You see it, and then you
you
perceive that
know,
it's also on the side of a very large planet on the
yes,
base lower horizon
yes,
of on the left hand side. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Year after year, you
1,000%.
know.
Yep.
And
And
once you
then there's
see it,
the trolls and all these other groups, and this is not so much like our groups, you know, but like other groups, and they're like, that's chemtrails, blah blah blah, and I'm like, just watch these patterns, guys. Like,
Yeah.
keep watching, keep like I just keep planting seeds. I don't want to go too in depth. I mean, I started out binary solar system. Then they don't understand that. I said, just watch these patterns. Just watch these patterns, you know. And all I
Look
can do
beyond
is
the trails.
post the patterns, you know.
Plant the seeds.
And since we're talking about good, people who learn quickly, I want to make a quick honorable mention. Tara and
yeah, let's
both
yeah.
have been fairly new to this stuff, but they have also been learning incredibly fast. And I want to say thank you to both of you, because Shelly is so consistent on
Shelly's
TikTok.
another one.
Oh yeah,
Sarah is
loves
always
this.
engaged. I just want to say thank you guys. It makes me feel very happy to have people like yourselves to come on here and learn. Because it doesn't happen that often that we actually feel that we get to experience from the beginning how that evolution of somebody learning what you're putting out.
Yeah, we got used to the old world already. Rebecca, excuse me, Jesus, just for a second. I sent you three. I did not send you that last picture, so I sent that one. But I also sent you two more beyond that. I'd like you to look at and bring up, because that'll be a basis that we can a topic that we can move to. Please continue, Jesus.
For sure.
No, I was pretty much done. I just wanted to make a shout out to Tara.
I apologize.
And Shelly, because I enjoy watching new people, but somewhere along the lines of like the second or third a month, it's like they stop engaging, and I don't know if that's we lost them, or is it that somebody else came and planted their bad seeds, and they just it's not always lasting. But I do feel with Tara and Shelly that they will be longtime members, and that excites me. That makes me really. It's like any teacher seeing their students actually graduate and actually do the work and actually get to see them evolve in it. It's one of the best things you can wish to do, with this stuff.
Perhaps Carol Ann could describe how she first learned.
Follow you. Basically, I knew something was up. Went searching to find out, going through different sites, and found you, Samuel.
But how did you learn?
How did I learn?
How did you learn that what you were looking at through the examples, through the dailies, because you were there a lot during the dailies, and that's the trick. The trick is being there regularly so that you can learn the process.
Pick up the patterns.
Hours of time in it, because the sky has always interested me. Always. When I taught in school, at recess time, the kids would all sit with me, and I would read them things from books and say, now we got to do this, 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 and this, which would be above and beyond what they're trying to tell you, because I always knew something was different and what we're being told was wrong. I always knew that. I met Jillian. Some names that I've since forgotten. And we had like a little tiny group.
Right. I remember. That's part of what the group I was talking about that goes all the way back to 104, and the Cloud Cloaks, and Montana Skywatcher 1, and there were a few East Coast ones that we were affiliated that have long since gone to the wayside. Yeah, go ahead, please.
We took pictures. We sent them to you in our little group. Everybody would pop in and out. We'd discuss them. We'd put on what we thought. Because you were a stinker, you would never tell us how, right? We had to like work for it.
Yep.
You bugged me for so many times. I used to get, it's like, please tell me. And you were pretty stubborn. Do you
remember what I told you and why I told you I was doing that? I know Jesus remembers it, so go ahead, please.
Basically, we had to work to learn and understand. It was our own path, you know. It was not easy, but you stood there, you supported us, and we eventually got it. We'd discuss it, and then you would come in and say what you thought or what you knew, and the things that we thought. If we got it, fine. If we didn't, then you taught us what to do.
Now, Jesus, explain why.
Why Jesus?
You mean why
I did what I did the way I did it?
It's still, you know, when things are too easy, we don't really we don't really hang on. We don't really retain the information. If Sam had came and just handed this to me, I think I would have lost interest rather quickly. I think it was the evolution of learning from day one, and then wanting to learn more, and Sam would just kind of drop his little breadcrumbs, you know.
Yes.
I stayed engaged, and I think that works very well. This instant gratification is the reason why people are so unhappy now, is because,
oh God, did I go through that one big time.
Yeah.
Yes, we you know, people want to come on and this happens a lot. I see people come on the groups and they want you to explain everything in one paragraph. It doesn't work that way. Like I could try.
It's tough.
But are you going to get it through in one paragraph? No. This requires some personal work. It requires some homework. It requires some observation.
Well, what Sam taught us, Jesus, was do it in a process, in steps. Like, okay, and you'll see that in some of the things that I write when I answer posts. Someone will say, "What is that?" And it's like, well, let's look at it. One.
Bingo.
Look at. I got.
Yeah. What do your eyes say?
Do it in steps. Let's do a thought process. Step number 1, are there dark areas? Step number 2, do you see illumination? Step number 3, do you see definite forms and shapes? Things, all those things, and then put them all together.
What is secondary behind the base clouds in front of you? What's the secondary layer of color? Where is the light going? Remember the angles of light. Remember the light is on this side or that side, and it's going from here to there. Remember that the planetoids, the objects, are between us and the sun, and we are going to be seeing the dark sides of them. So we'll see a negative dark illumination, and without that, reverse train of thought. You have to reverse how we normally look at a picture. Most everyone, when you see a beach and Jim and Susan are walking down the beach with their dog on this beautiful island, and there's that beautiful sunset. What are you looking at? the sun, and everything else doesn't exist in that picture.
Well,
Right.
for
You have to
people like
learn to
us,
look the other way.
I think most of the world would focus on that person with the dog.
I was going to say, we'll be
As
looking at
we
the
have
dog.
learned, as we have learned to automatically look at the sky and look at what's going on in the sky,
Right.
and we
It's
forget about
training.
everything else. I
We
think
are trained.
once you're able to do that, it's when a whole new world opens up for you. It's
I
And the
like that.
planets and the planets and the asteroids and the sun cutoffs and the halos and the backlit crescent flares are in television commercials and movies, in
Right.
everything in our culture right now already. This is why I talked about the time team videos, because they've been around for so long, and it's all documented for us already. It's in our media, and we've obliviously allowed it to occur right before our very eyes because we're so caught up in the mundane and the uh, current consequential events of the day. And with that, you got a freaking camera, you got a computer in your hand that has more power than the first astronauts went to the moon with. That thing has like 10 times the ability to compute in front of you and reach to an information source that is beyond your wildest dreams, as in Google search alone. And if you don't use what your heart and your soul and your gut is telling you is happening right in front of your face, then what are you doing? Where are you going? What does your dollar mean? What does your family mean? What do your children mean? What does tomorrow mean? What is yesterday? Go ahead.
It's an incredible waste of a great resource that we have at our fingertips.
We've gathered this information, all of us, every one of us here right now. The 4-person panel are experts in our field. We've watched this for over a decade, generically, if you average it out. We've spent 50,000 plus hours, which is an underestimation of one or two of us. If we put all 4 of us together, we've got hundreds of thousands of hours of research time. We are not charlatans. We're not Henny Penny. We're not gossip artists. We're not the money boys. We're not YouTubers with science degrees. We're not meteorologists. We are experts in the field of the Nibiru passing planets of the binary solar system because we have seen the evidence
We
as a
stick
fact.
to fact and truth.
Fact.
Both said fact at the same time.
And none of us. Sorry, Carol, go ahead.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead.
None of us really set out to become podcasters or video makers or
Bingo.
any of that. Like we all kind of went with our gut. Like we knew something was happening. I've said my story before. It took me 2 years to find you, Sam. It took me 2 years of almost going crazy, knowing that something was wrong, and I would sit staring outside of my window for God, I can't tell you how often I would do it with this feeling of nostalgia, with this feeling of confusion.
Go ahead, turn it up.
Knowing that there was something there, like I could just sense it. And then it went through 2 years until I found you, and I almost drove myself crazy in that time.
Mozart, Bach, space music.
I was recording the planets without knowing I did, because I went back and a lot of my early stuff was on point without me realizing that I was seeing it so subconsciously. I think we all, if you feel that, just follow it and go with it. Sam has said, just kind of believe in yourself and just kind of follow that, because I wouldn't be here if I had just.
Oh, did we freeze?
Uh-oh.
I can see you moving, Carol Ann, and Jesus is frozen, and Rebecca is gone. Anyway, there's a calling. There is a calling in people, and
there's bad things that are coming with it, but it's hard for me to give into that side, because I just find this whole thing just absolutely the most beautiful and amazing thing that has ever occurred in my lifetime. But even though there's a lot of concern there, when I came across Sam and I understood what I was looking at, it brought me a lot of peace. It brought me a lot of peace to understand, to finally understand and put it together. And honestly, had I not found Sam, I don't know where I'd be now. I might be in some straight jacket in some sanatorium somewhere, because it was really messing with me to that point.
Me too. Me too.
It really had
Yeah,
me in a bad.
I agree with you. I think I'd be not in the padded room with the and just imagine how many people that are currently in padded rooms because they know something's wrong. They know in their soul and they know in their gut that what we know is and I just said a minute ago, it's a calling. And that was where the argument with the Pleiadian, how he was trying to explain it to me. It's an inner knowing that we are a different group of people that are supposed to. And I always try to tell everybody this plan was laid in thousands of years ago. This is not happening just today. The people who are here, the people who are listening, the people who know in their gut that they are aware that something dire is changing and something's wrong. They don't know what. That's why all of us are here. And that's part of the argument that I went through with him, that he was telling me people would automatically want to hear me tell you these things. They would want to listen because they know they know that I'm right, and they know that the accuracy, this is a transitory period. This is a new occurrence. This has all been laid out for a very long time. It's a bloodline. I'm not special alone. I'm just early. And this is the change that is coming. It's here. It's now. It's moving forward. And even next month, it's going to be a new transition of where we're going to. And we're all going through these emotional maelstorms, roller coaster ride, crazy train, whatever you want to call it, batshit crazy. For a reason, we have to clear old emotions, old ways of thought, old transgressions, old regret, old fear, old wants, old desires. All of that gets reevaluated now. And we're going to reassess our lives. And hopefully everyone takes into account that we should value what we have today. Because damn it, tomorrow it's not going to be the same. And we see that happening right now in our weather around the world. And if you're not looking at this, then you're a blind idiot. And I'm not trying to be mean or rude, but I'm telling you, I'm trying to spark your interest. I'm trying to goat you into looking this shit up. You have to think for yourself. You have to prove these facts. I dare you. I double doggone darn your dare you. Okay, go ahead, anybody. And Rebecca, turn up the music.
I know. Isn't that a good feeling though?
Yeah, it's awesome to be. It's absolutely awesome to be right. And I every month I do a new drawing, and I go, oh shit, this is what I think. And then about 5 hours, 8 hours a day goes by, and I'm going, oh shit, it's a kind of magic,
Yeah.
It's a kind of magic.
Right.
It is.
I'm sure it feels like to you, Sam, like whenever I catch a good time lapse, that's how I feel. I do like my little happy dance, that's probably how you feel when you make your drawing and then see all the submissions coming in just to match what you drew. I imagine it's comparable.
And it's the same thing
to what I feel when I catch.
It goes down the page. Everybody posts the same thing. It's the same captures. On the left, this is this, and on the right, that's that. Yep. Day after day, year after year, and it matches. And I've actually gotten to the point where I rely on it, and I trust what I see. I trust what I know. It's become easier because I too believe. I believe, that's why the government came after me in the first place, was for remote viewing, foreseeing, my chemistry science skills, because of my astral abilities, which is part of the bloodline, which is part of what's happening to all of you. Part of that. We are all part of this. That's why you're here. And look how others are not. And I'm not trying to be cultist or separatist, because I believe everybody can do this and everybody should know about this. And that's why we are doing this week after week, month after month, year after year for you.
Everybody does, Sam, but I really do feel that and I don't know. Sometimes I suspect it's done purposely to some degree, but these last years have become so chaotic as far as society goes. We have people are barely able to pay their bills. The price of everything has skyrocketed.
Yeah.
It feels like people are so stressed out that they have no room to think logically. Everybody is mostly people are reacting than thinking. Because there's so much. Life has become.
Let me ask you a hypothetical metaphor.
Stressful that I don't feel that people have the time to actually question anything. And that's unfortunate.
They're feeling hopeless. They're not.
How do you think?
I feel that they.
How do you think this passing event?
Go ahead, son.
How do you think this passing event is going to go over? Do you think it's going to be silk, or do you think it's going to be burlap?
Well, I don't know what either of those words mean. Honestly,
it's
a texture.
Or is it going to be rough?
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
It's already rough. I mean, it's already been rough.
It's
already been
going to get worse, and we are in trouble. And that's why I'm warning, and it's why I'm freaked out, because I have an ability to feel things, and I'm seeing information in front of me now that's making me uncomfortable.
Dream time sucks right now for me.
No, well, with me it's reality and being awake.
Yeah,
there's been
I see it, I feel it, I smell it, I taste it.
As far as discomfort goes and those things, it's been the worst year for me. By far the worst year for me. And I have a feeling
it's very uncomfortable right now. And
I feel that that's the same probably for most of us that are aware anyway, of all this.
When you're financially in trouble and you're uncomfortable at home and you can't buy and you can't live your normal. And when I go broke, I'm very uncomfortable. If I don't have enough money to, go to the store and buy milk for my kids and, the daily supplies that we have to get through, which has happened many times in the past decade. When you're uncomfortable, it's really uncomfortable. And we are all uncomfortable right now because there's looming threats from Russia. There's looming threats from Israel. There's looming threats from our economy. There's looming threats from our political society. There's looming threats from unseen threats. There's looming threats from asteroids. There's looming threats from planets. There's looming threats from ET being parked over the top of our head by now. And if you don't think that us 11 billion humans can't feel them, then you're not listening, because I can feel them up there. And we are all uncomfortable. And we have to somehow, and I spent the last week trying to swallow this Tums pill to get it down, to cut the indigestion that I'm currently going through. And I've not been able to get there. And that's why I'm having this conversation tonight. I am uncomfortable and I can't swallow it. So there's something close, and I don't want to be henny penny. I don't want to go kooky. I don't want to go warning, danger, Will Robinson and all of that. But we're in trouble. We're coming to August. This is going to be nasty, and people have to start. Buddha teaches to alleviate suffering, we must alleviate expectation. And in order for us to be comfortable with what we have, if we limit our expectation, we find reward in the present, in the now.
Absolutely.
So let's all be happy with what we have, plan for the worst and pray for the best. But when my gut is this uneasy, I have to speak about it. I'm uneasy.
You're just saying what a lot of us feel.
Yeah.
I think we're all feeling it. I think we're.
I know we are.
I think the world is feeling it, but I think people, because they keep putting all these distractions to us, people are relating their discomfort with a lot of the world BS that's happening, and I don't think they're putting things together. And I think that's the reason for all the confusion is that people knew. I think the people hiding this knew that people would sense this. So
there's a sociological.
Yeah, absolutely.
A sociological equivalent is when you are in fear, you turn it into anger rather than to display your fear. It's a sociological behavioral trait. Absolutely. And we are taking our fear and we are turning it into anger and hate. And we can't do that. You can't, that's the trick, is you got to stop the fear. You got to stop the hopelessness. When you reach that place, I've been doing it too. I'm not saying I'm free of it, but I've been doing it too. When you reach and you feel and you're thinking, you're worried about, am I gonna be able to pay the taxes next year, or 6 months from now, what's going to happen? Or God, 3 weeks from now, I have to turn this term paper in at school, or whatever. You can't go there. You got to live the now. You have to break it down to the now. Otherwise, these exterior influences.
That's been really challenging for me. I've lived a very chaotic. I lived a really chaotic childhood, and then it went on to a very chaotic 18-year marriage, and then I've realized that I perpetually have lived in a state of fear my whole life. Shutting that off has been really difficult for me, and that's what, at the moment, I've been working on. Which has
that's why I always tell everybody. You have to learn to trust you. You are here now, in your place, in your thought, in your being, in your person, in your persona, your sociological behavior, because you are gifted enough to be here.
Logically, I know that, Sam, but fears is one of those.
I know, but you have to give yourself that. That should be your religion. Is trusting you.
It's one of those things that's been difficult, but I've done some very enormous improvements when it comes to that. I catch myself freaking out sometimes over something that I know I'll be able to.
Let's examine. Okay, let's examine how a society calls ADHD now. What ADHD is that you view things in a different pattern than society, or what the doctors want to hand you a pill over, because you act differently, you think differently, you are differently. ADHD is actually a gift that you view things in a different temperament than the rest of the planet, the sheep. You think different, you are different, and you have to learn to take those older attached labels and throw them away. And I learned that when I dealt with the scientists at Langley, when they took me from my home and kidnapped me, basically, to answer to them how I wrote my paper and how I could finish equations that Einstein couldn't finish, etc. And then they sat there to my face and insulted me because I gave them the answer. They hit cognizant dissonance and they got mad at me. Then they insulted me and told me I was an arrogant little 17-year-old bastard, quote unquote, while screaming in my face.
Could you, Sam, when you tell that story, it makes me understand. It explains so much about the world. If somebody in that position still has cognitive dissonance, I mean, what can we expect for the rest of the world? If the people in the know that are supposed to be have this cognitive
what do you think the average?
Then how
do you think the average IQ of the persons that are in charge on our planet currently are?
That's worrisome. That is worrisome. Every time that you say that story, I'm like, shit. It kind of makes me feel like, God, like we really are the only people who can do this, because apparently even the people in the know refuse this information, and that's, God, I can't tell you how much that
Not everybody that is not everybody that's in charge has above 100 IQ.
That is shocking. It's shocking. It's just absolutely worrisome, and to have these kind of leaders, it explains so much about the world. It absolutely explains why the world is the way it is.
Their agenda is basically evil,
and we have to change this. We have to change this, guys. We have to change this. It's the reason why I was so open to doing this. Not because I was crazy to be out in front of hundreds of people, but because I knew that if it wasn't us, who else would it be? This information is so scarce. It's so limited. Nobody else is doing this at all. So it is up to us. It is up to us here to get this information out there and we have to remind ourselves too how significant what we are doing is. I mean, we do it so often that we become numb to it, but I have to remind myself that nobody's doing it, and it's such an important part of our life, part of humanity.
You know what planet F means.
We are in a very
what planet Nepacity means, or what?
Yes, we are in a very unique position, guys, and I think it's easier for us to overwhelm ourselves by thinking about, having that on our shoulders. But I think we are a great group of people, and I think we are. We're not arrogant. We're not. I think it's the right people. I think we're grounded enough, and all of you, I love you guys because you guys are just some of the most grounded and kindest hearted people that I couldn't imagine anybody else in this position, because it's so important that you have somebody who's grounded in reality and grounded in love and doing things out of love, not out of fear, not out of anything else.
And we're not crackpots either.
No, and we have right intention. That our intentions are pure, and
yes, that's exactly right. I think it's like that thing, like you don't want the wrong power. You don't want power in the wrong hands, and I think this is one of those things where the right set of people are, has been handed the capability of understanding this information. Because if it was in the hands of other people, God only knows what they would do with it. I mean, look, a lot of people are already using it against us, but I do feel a great connection with all of you, and I see your behaviors online, and I think it's the reason why Sam picked most of us to do this show, because what I've noticed that we all have in common, Rebecca, you, Carol, Chris, I've never seen you guys behave in a way in the groups, behave in a way where I'm like, I don't want to be associated with this person. I don't, I see that you guys are loving, caring. You stand your ground. I love that. You have to stand your ground.
Yeah, but we do it in a civil and nice way, because our goal is to have other people learn, and you can't do that if you're in there. Well, under some circumstances, you get a little upset, but
yeah. But I mean,
basically,
it's just
comes through.
It's done in a very respectful way, and I think these days,
I like that word.
It's really difficult to come across that, especially when you have people. We are taunted on a daily basis. We're taunted about what we are putting out there. We're constantly being taunted. It'd be really easy for us to lose it. Yeah, we stay grounded and we stay consistent, and we don't let those things affect us. And I think that's our superpower, and the reason why we have been given the knowledge, because I think we are the right people that can use it for good and do the right thing with it. I'm a firm believer that we are a great group of people, to do that.
I just smile at naysayers anymore. When somebody says something negative, I don't even remotely get upset anymore. I just smile at it and go, man, if you only knew I can tell you, I can look at a television commercial and tell you what year it was filmed just by looking at the sky. And our level of documentation is absolutely beyond reproach. And we've got this, and everybody earned this. All of you guys have earned your place here. And we've all learned this together. And that's what makes this such a cool science. It's like, after all, the greatest scientists of all time have always worked out of their garage, from the Wright brothers on. We don't have to be in some think tank somewhere. We don't have to be NASA, because we've already caught NASA in so many lies now. It's scary. There's no money involved in it, because we're not, some country trying to be raising money for ourselves or other people. I wish we were a charity. I wish we were wealthy enough to do that. But frankly, I think we need to also take care of ourselves. Still looking forward to someday when maybe there's a collective group of people that decide to get together and, do like-minded things. But that's another story altogether. Yeah, a lot of shit going on, guys. I'm a little, oh God, I'm sitting here, looking at the calendar, go, oh God, here comes August.
I know.
I'm really worried about a major firestorm. I really am. It's been on my mind for months, either in Colorado or
But did you see what's going on in Reynosa now, Sam? So they had the big fire in New Mexico, and now they're having floods.
Yeah.
So they went from fire
that's everywhere,
almost destroying the entire town, to now floods.
Mexico is getting a lot more rain than they've had in many years now, and that's going to create flash flooding nonstop. And they're everywhere is going through major climate change and regional landscaping remanipulation. If you're normally dry, you're too wet. If you're normally wet, you're dry. France is flooding again. Germany flooded. Austria flooded this month. We need to go look up SOTT, SOTT, SOTT weather for last month, or the month before. Go to YouTube, SOTT, SOTT weather. And they have the best culminated time related information, because they start from the beginning of the month, go to the end of the month, and they're the best. I have not looked them up, and I should, although it'll probably scare the crap out of me. And again, I'll reiterate about poor China and those poor folks that are just poorer than shit. They make less than we do every year, and they have big families, and they have to eat. They stick together, and in multicultural or multi-generational groups. And they got a culture that's unfortunately been dominated by living under communism, and which creates hordes of older people that will grab every grain of rice that ever falls off a truck, or every corn or turnip that falls off a passing car, that they live off of stealing whatever they can eat, and pray for South Korea, and on and on and on. And let's hope for the people of Iran, now that they have a new democratic president, that they get a little less hardline and stop the battle between the Shia and the Sunni, because that's the great division in the Middle East right now, going on over an argument between Muhammad and his children. That's the Shia tribe and the Sunni tribe. Please stop your war. It's stupid.
I can't tell you how disappointed I am in those kind of things that we as humans do in the name of.
My father talked about that. My dad was.
I can't wrap my mind around the fact that we still behave this way.
My dad was a slave laborer during World War II.
It's no wonder why the gods are here, and they're so disappointed in us, because God,
they?
No wonder we have not ascended. I mean, it's not shocking that they keep us where we're at, because we need to do better. We can do better, guys. We can do much better than this.
But Jesus, I can tell you that the plan has been long ago instituted, that this is changing now. This cycle, this generation, this is the change. It is happening. It took 2,000 years to get here. And the people that are awake and moving forward, there's going to be people that won't.
I think we are in that
to advance. It is happening. The gods are not pissed at us. We're doing exactly what we're supposed to
do.
Period. Source, you live. The future only moves forward at the right time. Otherwise, it does not go forward because it's a circle. It can't end. It can't change. It has to completely rotate around 360. It's connected to the past. The future only moves forward when it's correct. All of us have to trust us and our space, our now, our continuum, our connection, our everything, including the aliens being above us, including the planets passing us, including our bloodline and our inner gut. Those inner feelings are all correct. The moment you learn to trust that is when you grow, and you'll spiritually elevate yourself to where life becomes easier. The things don't bother you as much anymore, and you live in less fear, never completely avoiding it, but you learn to deal with fear. You learn to learn. You learn to prejudge, and you learn to calm yourself down to continue to be you. That's why I always say, trust
that is my current thing right now, Sam, is trying to control my emotions as opposed to the other way around, because I feel like I've done that my whole life. And it's difficult to be
question
by your emotions. It's the one thing that I'm working on.
Are you better at it than you used to be?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Then there is your answer.
Because
the human, the moment that the human experience stops learning, something's wrong. We have to always get better and better and better. We never get there. We just get better. And this is why I'm talking about we can't change the world. We can't change the universe. We can only make it less shitty. And every day, we just got to make it better.
That's right. Yeah.
So I always tell Rebecca,
even with mistakes,
for every door that closes, more will open. Yeah. To get to the future, you are right where you need to be right now. As long as you keep an open mind and you keep learning and you keep trying, you'll get there.
Yeah.
Even if you make mistakes along the path. Yeah. Because no river goes straight. Sometimes the river goes east, sometimes the river goes west. The river of life. Don't fight up it. Don't try to swim upstream, and don't change your position in where you are downstream, because you'll run into a log jam. Float along.
Teaching process.
Float along.
Don't let a mistake hold
And when you hit that rough water, take a deep breath and float through the rapids.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you fight.
That's the Hindu river of life.
Right.
You fight for what you know is right. You get there. We got this.
But if you swim against the current, you're going to drown.
Right.
If you swim too fast, you're going to run into a snag.
I am a big believer in
highs and lows.
The process anyway, so I should,
always stay in the middle. Stay in the middle. If oh my God, I think this is really cool. Oh my God, it's really cool. And on the other side of the fence, oh God, I'm so afraid of this. Oh God, I'm so afraid of that. You got to be in the middle.
Focus.
No, I love when you say that, Sam. I think you often say that when it comes to any kind of drama, politically, socially. You always say stay in the middle, and I'm like, that is. I think people forget that you don't have to be. It doesn't have to be black or white. There's a nice, comfortable gray area in the middle where you could just stay neutral and just kind of sit back and kind of learn.
Thank you, Michelle.
Instead of picking a side, why don't you just sit back and see the coin from both sides? Because life is not. Life is more complicated than just one or the other, than right and wrong. You have to read between the lines, and I think that is one of the best advice that you can give somebody, is to just stay neutral, stay in the middle. And I think
And the only way you ever learn
it's an easier position to
anything
learn.
is by making. You have to mess up in order to know the right path. And people have a tendency to believe that oh my God, in my past life, and when I was young, I did this, and oh God, I can never change. And that is so not true. We can always change. It's a question of what you believe and what you believe in yourself. If you hold yourself accountable or you put yourself down, well, you're never going to get anywhere. And once you start to trust your inner feelings, and as long as emotional love for everyone around you is part of that equation, then you can't go wrong. It's when you're selfish and greedy that you make errors and do substance abuse, whatever. That is the problem. But once you include everyone around you and the good of you and everyone, then you cannot make a mistake. And maybe you did in the past, but you can change because you're aware of it. It's not being aware of it that's the issue. And they always say, questioning your sanity means you're sane. If you don't even question whether you're sane or insane, well, then maybe you're insane. Mm-hmm. So you have to go along with the belief that my life is a journey. It's not I grew up this way, blah, that's it. I'm going to be this forever. Or I made a mistake in the past. I'm never going to get over it. That's not the case. Because you're here now. Learn to trust your gut. And your gut is usually right. If you think it's wrong and I shouldn't do this, don't do it. Don't be stupid. If you think this is the right path, do it. Always achieve a balance in the middle.
And if it is a mistake, the world will
and
not
then there's
end.
no drama.
It's a teaching tool.
Well, if you avoid drama, if you avoid all the drama of the people around you that hand you, or if you have people coming over to your house and it's a bad influence on your world and they make you uncomfortable, well, don't do that. It's the old Jewish saying,
that's why
I move my arm like this, it hurts.
This is why I love our circle, guys, is because none of you guys really they nothing in my mind. One of the worst things that you can do to push me away is to be one of those people that's always in the middle of drama and all that. I completely will disassociate. I hate it. I want the most important thing for me in my current time is my peace. I know that comes with the challenge given what we do. Okay, I know that, but I do feel that everybody in our circle is very good with that. That doesn't take a little comment and run with the drama of it. And I love that about this circle of friends that we have, is that everybody is very good and very strong-minded and really well-behaved when it comes to those things. Because
we're very supportive of each other. Very supportive.
Mm-hmm. There's nothing worse than a person who is a magnet for drama. And
we have never tolerated infighting ever on any of our sites. Not Montana. That was the strongest rule, number one in Montana Skywatcher 1. Any and all infighting will be instantaneously dealt with. And that's why I go there every day and I read everything all the way down the page that everybody posts and everybody says. And if I find a naysayer or somebody downing somebody, zoom, they're gone. Anybody who behaves like that, because that's not what we're here for. We're here for collective group science. We're here to submit captures from the sky that we got where we live, so everybody gets the information to compare so we can do the science for free. And anybody that's a real asshole and a naysayer is immediately removed or very strongly warned.
And questions, guys, are very welcome. We're not saying you have to agree with us or you're gone. No, by no means are we saying that. We're just saying do so respectfully, do so with good intentions. If you disagree, okay, talk to me. Well, we can discuss it. There's a good way.
You never know. We might learn something too.
That's right. There's a good way of There's a good way of doing things, and then there's a bad way. And if you don't know the difference, then maybe it's best you go play elsewhere.
I think
getting along with people is really not that difficult, guys. It's really not that difficult. So,
you know how many times they go play elsewhere to people? I mean, you just struck a chord with me. I actually have typed, please go play elsewhere. Probably easy 1,000 times.
I picked that up from you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was like, and that's the thing, if you're not here and you're not serious and you're not community minded and you don't want to do science with us, please go play elsewhere. Because we are serious about what we do. We don't have drama. We don't have, we've stopped posting hamster nipples and the such. I can't even imagine what the hell got me into Facebook jail last week. But anyway, sidebar. The good people, they shine, and the naysayers and the distractionatory, almost bot-like people out there, they don't last long. It's amazing. And I do have to admit now, and this is like even Chauncey said this on the Radio Wasteland on YouTube programs, that I have a very strong group of staunch supporters, and you guys defend me very, very earnestly, and I have to thank everybody over the years for that. My supporters are absolute, and I love every one of you. And the naysayers, well, I'm sorry for you, and if you do a little homework, maybe you too could change your mind. And I do have to knock on wood and say, guys, again, look, the troll activity has oddly disappeared.
Absolutely, yeah.
I am so shocked. It's spooky quiet.
Yeah. The laughing emojis, I see them here and there, but even those have really turned down. But
they come in waves. What I've noticed on the laughing emojis, a post about a cube or a long box cube will bring them out in droves, like hundreds.
No, that's
hundreds.
The favorite
yes,
one,
I got 900 on one post from last week. Hundreds of laughing emojis about a cube. It's always about cubes. They love it.
Between the two things that they majorly come out on, I counted over 2,000 of them in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
that's the fear transference into anger, sociological behavior attribute.
Yeah, and basically you have to ignore it. So
yeah.
Well, one nice thing about it, though, the trolls,
we know they're there.
The hearts, the thumbs up, and the smiley faces actually help the group.
Yeah, so, I've said that before.
Right.
Comments and the likes are what the algorithm, the reactions is what the algorithm goes by.
So by them putting them there, it's like great.
Yeah,
right. We know not to take it personal. We know. Yeah.
I think we're way past that. Was it Tara said something about a while ago how some people tell her it's impossible, some people say it's you're crazy. I'm like or she gets a lot of emails with hate. I think I saw one of her comments a while ago. It comes with the territory. It does, but I think anybody who's been here long enough knows just to kind of let it go. I at one point in the beginning, what's up, William? Nice to see you here, man.
Hi, William.
Hi, William.
I think most people who have done this long enough have come to terms with the fact that you're going to be misunderstood, and that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I know you've been doing.
Hey, remember what they said about the car? What did Cowboys say about when the motor car got introduced in 1908, roughly? Turn of the century, 1889, 1890, but Stutz Bearcat and all of that, and then the regular car, the Model T and all that. Imagine what what all the cattlemen, here it's the Montana term, imagine what all the cowboys said about the motor car. Oh shit, those things ain't ever going to run, or nobody ever going to do that, and whatever. We're in a new zone as well. So what we have to do, must, need, standard, must, need, we have to just suddenly say to ourselves that we are now the Jetsons. That should have happened, remember, the year 2000. Now, and I firmly believe that back in 1980, had we told everybody what I knew, what the government was signing me to shut up about in 1980, which was my direct quote that I told to Ed Dames face to face, well, people have a right to know this information. And if we would have known, and I truly to this day believe that if we would have known this information in 1980 publicly, that a planet group was coming to us and that there were people living on that planet.
Hey, baby.
Now, there are ramifications of the commodities that are completely affecting that public discussion right there off the bat. Because most humans are going to rebel and say, oh, hell no, we're not giving it. Which is why there has been no invasion, because they showed up early enough to prove to our higher governments that they were entitled to the commodities, whether we liked it or not. So take that into account again. And, you know, this is huge information that most everyone is not going to grasp or not even want to believe. And yet this is the truth. And nobody else is handing this information out there, not Graham or you know, any of the other guys, Graham Hancock or you name it. Nobody's talking about the binary system. Nobody's taking into account the demigods. Nobody's taking into account the federation that is extra galactic, meaning not from our solar system, because we belong to a larger group. And that's all going on here. Yeah, it's a huge, huge topic. And we talk about it kind of weekly in order for people to get assimilated, pardon the expression, to it or comfortable with it, where you ponder these occasions. Rebecca, how has that affected your religion today? How has that affected your outview of religion, knowing what you know now?
Man, I mean, it's changed all of it, really. Oh, you mean, well, like the alien part and
all of it,
the history
knowing about
of
the planets,
right,
knowing about the Anunnaki
planets
and knowing about the
how it doesn't-
Federation.
Yeah, because all the contradictions and everything. It
And
was an
knowing
eye
that
opener.
the universe and the solar system and the galaxies are much bigger than we understand.
Right.
And how
And
Earthlings
older.
think they were all the center of everything. We're not alone. And the you know, collection of the commodities and how we got here in the first place. I mean,
know.
that completely changes everything you believe in.
Over time. I mean, it was like I said, it took me like 4 years to kind of like detach from all of that. So
I like that picture in the background on your right. You got a slideshow going.
Slideshow. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to put that more behind your head so we get to watch it too.
Okay. Yeah.
That way,
I agree. I agree.
That way, us ADHD people that want to see far more than what we're talking to.
I need to read.
And you know, not only that, maybe pattern recognition will kick in for their heads. We talked about earlier. Hi, you guys are back. Pattern recognition and me teasing you guys over time to teach you to have your eye search for those patterns rather than hand you the answer that you look at for 2 seconds, go, oh, okay. And then it's not a problem. But if you pattern recognize, it's like teaching, if you hand a man a fish, he eats for a day. But if you teach them to fish, then they learn for a lifetime.
That's right.
And I tried to teach you guys how to see what I have been watching for many years before you even came into Skywatcher 1 or Skywatcher 2 or Nibiru followers, or, you know, Nibiru system is already here, or NFA and all of that. Yeah. It's an idea of teaching you to see for yourself and trusting your eyes. The only way you're going to learn the science is to reach with your mind and want to know. And then you put it in your head, and there it's yours, it's yours, it's yours. If I hand you the answers, it's brief and, let me see, gossamer, not thick, not not no meat, not carnivorous. It's vaporous, and you lose it quickly. Look at that right there. Those are 2 cubes.
Yeah, back there.
That is both the long box cube and the Texas cube and the side orb, which is in front of the sun, discharging.
I love
That
your
is so cool seeing that. That is awesome.
It's giving me a lot of ideas for my. So I got a few things, but I want to get a desk for the corner of my room.
Yeah.
I love that. I like the little screen in the back, kind of.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You know, and I am kind of tempted to step on my soapbox a little bit here, and I'm going to do it anyway, even though it's kind of against the rules. I have a set of rules, believe it or not, beyond me, that don't come from Earth. Sneeze, cough, choke, wheeze, hint, hint, hint. I know stuff. You're looking at the stuff that I've been sharing with you guys. Look at these pictures besides Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any of this information would have come together if I didn't see it, if I didn't know it?
Right.
Not at this time, no. No, not at this time.
And this is why I'm, on my hi guys, I'm on my soapbox. Please don't throw rotten tomatoes or cabbage. But my accuracy level is extremely high. I am in the high spectrum, so high it's beyond any odds Las Vegas would take. Darn that Christopher's not here to take that joke. You guys would not know about the cubes. You would not know about their arrival. You would not know about the Norway Spiral or the Empire Orb or Nibiru or Isatum or Nepesity or Matim or Saru or Uri or the Object Cluster Group or Wormwood or any of this correlation information without me. And I have gathered all of this information. I've known about it for over 40 years. Most of the information I've gathered within the last 15. After finding out that that weird thing that I remembered in my mind that drove me insane almost. I spent 25 years in hiding from the government after escaping a program where I was abducted by the government and learning that they are not in our best interest. And I'll change topic a little bit and turn corners. I'm here telling this information because my non-disclosure agreement ended in 2010. And I don't know, do you guys feel disclosed, like you've learned some information? That right there is the bottom of Saru. Big, huge bottom of Saru. I love it.
Or the people listen.
2016-ish. That's the bottom of Atu. I can look at it. I know all of this. I remember all of this. If you don't listen now, when do you plan to start?
Sam, without you, people would see certain things like you see in other groups now, but they wouldn't have the accurate information. They wouldn't, like the first time I saw a picture of that one cube, the man who posted it said it is garbage released by the ISS or something like that. It's a garbage container. Until I saw it myself, I knew that wasn't right. So through our group, I've got accurate information.
And the only way we gathered that was through communication with people around the world. And that was the main premise of why Montana Skywatcher 1 was formed. I didn't do it for money or anything like that, or fame or anything like that. I did that. That way I could get, look, that picture right there. That is actually two suns. That is 2011. And Sarah is
the reflection on the water.
That's the cool.
Reflection. Yep.
Right. So I formed Montana Skywatcher.
Right.
Because everything I was getting off the internet at YouTube and this and that, and talking to people in chat rooms and everything was weeks old. Okay, that one's great. That's 2011 when everything on the left is the smaller planets, and up in the middle is Nibiru and Uri and all of that. That is the small. That's Isatum, Nepesity, and Matim in front of Saru.
I see the Matim there.
That is Atu in its lower ring.
I love this picture.
I love that picture too.
That is Matthew. I love that picture, man. I know you love that picture.
2015, and then look at this. This is Atu and Atu's moon. When we were first discovering Atu had a moon, that's Atu from Sharon Arbic. Thank you. Really early, before we knew it had a moon. It was way small Atu.
Wow, it was little there.
That's one of the first cutoff halos that we saw of Uri and Atu's moon and all of that when it first started cutting in on the right-hand side. That is a 2012 close-up of the land masses of Nibiru.
I remember when you posted that picture, Sam.
I rarely post that one because it's so special. That is 2011. That is Nibiru, the first arrival in the northern hemisphere. Actually, this picture was taken in the Caribbean. That is one of the first close-ups of Isatum in space, no clouds.
Rebecca, I don't know if you heard me. I kind of cut out. I sent you some pictures that William sent me yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Asteroid illuminating.
I got them. I was working on them right now.
Salamander asteroid group on the side of Uri. And 10 asteroid.
Still with us, William, but we'll get those up here in a bit and we'll discuss them.
Yeah.
The Empire Orb.
I picked the better ones. Hopefully, we'll get to discuss them here in a little bit.
Sorry, I got. Oh, look at that! I love that one too. I got distracted by your slideshow, Rebecca. I do apologize.
Oh, yeah, that's good. It's. Sorry, I was gonna say I think it's one of the playlists of pictures that you sent me, so that's probably why you like them. It's like,
why don't you put that into a video for God's sakes, please?
I know, I will.
Oh my God, every one of those is awesome captures, and I remember them all.
Yeah, sweet.
Oh, so there's Sam, finish what you were saying, because that was interesting. You formed the groups to bring all the information to one place.
Early Isatum,
and that's
because everything was old. I could never get a correlation of same dated pictures. What they saw in Germany, what we saw in Montana, what we saw in New York, what we saw in England. I could never get the date gathered together to get 4 pictures in a row because we have to have empirical science, as many examples, in order to correlate a summation. Because without multiple examples of proof, you do not have a summation. You have an example.
You say that quite a lot,
And that one, I remember that one. That is when, right there, is when Atu and Uri first came over from the right-hand side to the sky. To the left, it did its first close pass. That's the illumination of Isatum over the top of the sun in 2018 and 19.
Oh, it's not winged Nibiru, huh?
Yeah, and this is 2011, the base of Nibiru and her base cloud, and interacting. That is the bottom of Atu's moon in 2019. Okay, I gotta stop. I
know. Like, I'm gonna make you a video, Sam. Call it Sam's favorites.
Yep. I am. Well, yeah, these are all nice. That's Nepesity.
I know.
I'm caught up in your slideshow going, I know what every one of these is,
Don't go to visit Rebecca and then keep that turned on, Rebecca.
Everybody's going to ignore you, Rebecca. Everybody's going to ignore you with that.
Yeah.
Maybe my slideshow idea was not so good.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Look at that. There's Atu's moon electrical discharge 2018.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's classic. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's Uri and Atu right there 2018 when they were on the right-hand side.
Funny.
I know all of these pictures so well.
Your favorites.
Hey, Rebecca, is that okay? Is that one of those is it like a picture frame that just goes through pictures, or is that an actual TV?
It's a TV.
It's an actual TV.
It's a TV. And you can cast it from your laptop. You hit the 3 little dots and you just cast it to a nearby device
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm just, it's no HDMI cord or
That's
anything. It's wireless. And so it just
Sam's,
casts from
I'm
my
gonna have
laptop
to.
to my
I love
TV.
that. I absolutely love it. I saw Mr. MBB 333 do that, and since then I was like, I love that. I think that
That's a
is
good
so.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw him do that too.
Sometimes he does it on his lives, and then he'll have the little screen in the back, and I'm like, that's awesome. I love that.
Yeah. It's easy.
Yeah, you could even make Rebecca's slideshow videos just to post on Shorts, and then and this is why I keep saying, pull excerpts from the show or commentary from all of us when we, like when Jesus shows his videos. And Jesus, you do need to comment a little closer to your microphone in your videos, even if you do use your magic index.
I'm really new to speaking in my videos. I've noticed that it's the ones that get the most engagement. So I'm gonna have to get better at doing that. But I agree. Some of them
you are allowed.
I do need to do that. Absolutely.
Sure. Just you don't have to make you don't have to state facts. Make hints. Yeah. Make suppositions in your video. Do you see this? Do you see this?
Yeah, because the reason why I've had a little bit more luck in not getting in Facebook jail is because I'm really careful with what my words that I use. That way I don't get flagged. Also, how I label my videos, the captions, all that. So I have to stick to a certain language so I don't. So you can hint at things, but not get yourself in trouble.
Yeah,
that's true. I just went to Facebook jail again. You are absolutely correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I think keywords are what get us in trouble sometimes. So we have to kind of watch our language, unfortunately. But for those in the know and those with eyes to see, as they say, real eyes, as they say. So I think for those who are here with us, I think they will read well between the lines. And I try to be as clear as I possibly can, but I do know that once you get flagged, it's really hard to come back from it because it's like you have a set of eyes on you. And I haven't been in Facebook jail in my 6-7 years. I haven't been in Facebook jail too often because of that. So
knock on wood.
Knock on wood, of course.
Knock on wood.
But
don't draw the curse, man.
But
a couple weeks ago I said the same thing, and then I went in again.
I've had I know it's a matter of time, and I know in a long enough time.
I think the worst thing I did last week. I think the worst thing I did last week was call this one guy an amateur, and that I told him he needed to do more homework. But other than that, I wasn't rude in any way. Or I was flagged because I was posting cube videos. But I was posting. That was at the same time. I was telling him that he didn't know what a cube was, and he was an amateur. Rather than shutting me down, calling names, he was the amateur instead, and needed more homework. And I got flagged for that. So, and then I got a 2-day suspension. And then before I got done with that, I had a 5-day suspension, and neither of which I was informed of what I did wrong. And you tell me.
You will never find out.
Okay, going for another Coke because I got a dry throat again. This is number 4. Weird.
I never drink. There was a time where I was like, you know what, I don't care, and I'm just gonna post whatever. But I do feel that this, because it's so few of us doing this, I feel it is important to kind of try and stay ahead of those kind of issues. And I know it's impossible to avoid Facebook jail altogether, but I do feel that there is some measures that you can take to kind of minimize the damage and still stay teaching this information that is so scarce to everybody.
That's true.
I mean, imagine if we all got shadow banned, who else would put this information out there? We'd be at the mercy of...
God, can you imagine? We'd be talking on the phone.
Yeah, and then that would be a matter of time, and yeah. And
then we have to put out a monthly newspaper, hand rolled on computer generated printer paper, and then we'd have to charge submissions at least $5 to $10 a month per issue. in order to put all of this publication, print, ink, and photographs out. So the fact that we're free right now, knock on wood again, and everybody out there, you better eat this damn info while we are still here. Because I mean, years ago, I expected my door to get kicked in by the guys in black.
Honestly,
and you know, those big.
That it's gone this long. Honestly, Sam.
Yeah. Again. Well, yeah, I know. I expected trouble a long time ago. But then, you know, that could be my fear talking.
Oh, Tara, absolutely. Once you learn the truth of this, it'll make you rethink your entire life. Absolutely.
Oh, well, not that I've not had problems, because I mean, half my house got fried the first time I looked up the Library of Congress information, proving that, you know, that the project that I was recruited for did actually exist. And the moment I downloaded that information from the Library of Congress onto my home computer, half my house got fried, including that computer. And it was like, uh-oh. And I mean, I have a set of rules from the government, U.S. government alone. And then, of course, there's a set of rules from off-world about talking too much about the future, etc. And informing too many people of too many other things from the government. I wasn't even allowed to own a copy of the periodic chart within my home, because under the U.S. government's point of view, they owned my education. And I was a dissident, government-rated dissident, for not willing to follow their direction that I should work for them, because it was my national duty to do so. And they threatened me with my entire family being deported back to Holland because I have dual citizenship. Being born under Dutch parents, I have anytime two Dutch citizens have a child, their child is, no matter what country they're in, they're automatically a Dutch citizen. Anyway.
Okay.
So that was threatened to me. And then I waited all the way until 2010 before I said word one to anyone. Well, not only that, from 1980 on, I saw the level of their ability. I saw the tech level we were dealing with. I've been in a DUMB. I was abducted. I refused them the first time, and then the second time I was abducted after the moment I turned 18. And I was adult, and therefore the government could legally abduct me. And that's when I got yelled at after a little visit with top-level scientists, trying to explain to them my understanding of the binary solar system and the atomic weight count of what our solar system, in my point of view of the electric universe, had to be. And I got screamed at, and then laughed at, and then called a child because I was 17.
I cannot imagine to a person that age. That's horrific.
Well, and then they brought me back to long story short, they brought me back to Montana in handcuffs, and I'm a government-rated dissident. And anyone who is listening to this program or is now affiliated with a felon, or God only know whatever the hell they call it. I'm not actually a felon. I have no criminal record whatsoever as far as felonies. I have no felonies against me. I have a misdemeanor or two, maybe. I have 2 speeding tickets. I know that.
Shame on you.
And then there's that little bit of thing that went on in Utah we won't go into.
That when you were young and dumb, Sam?
No, I was driving a car back from LA going through Nephi.
Oh,
and
Nephi. Horrible area.
Yeah, they invented charges.
Yeah, they will. If they can, especially out of state license plates. If they're driving, they will find a reason to pull you over.
Yep.
Find a reason to mess with you.
I got my face rearranged. I got my face rearranged on the hood of a cop car. I was handcuffed. The guy tore my leather jacket off my body while handcuffed. And they tore the car apart and everything else. And then I got charged for a rainbow feather on a clip that hung behind the mirror that was in the car when we bought it. and we bought it 2 days earlier. And I didn't even know it was there because I didn't even pay any, the thing hanging off the rear view mirror in the car you don't pay attention to. We bought the car and I got arrested for that. It was drug paraphernalia.
Oh, really?
They put a clip on that cowboy ass with a feather. That's what it was. It was an electrical clamp and a string of leather and a rainbow feather. And that's a roach clip. You're under arrest.
Yeah, I was just gonna say they caught you for a roach clip.
Yep.
No. Well,
and it was attached to the damn rear view mirror in the car when I got in it and drove it north.
Now, the one and only time I've gotten arrested was for not saying my last name. So they said I was concealing my identity. I spent the weekend in jail for that one. On an immigration hold, basically, was what it was. But
hey, don't you love that jail food?
Yeah, it was fantastic. The Bob Barker toothpaste and all that. Yeah, it was.
And urinal blocks the rest of the 12 hours that you breathe.
It was the boringest 48 hours I've ever had. Jesus.
Yeah. So I have no criminal record. But anyway, my point is, Christ, you should have spent a few months talking to aliens. Anyway.
Stinky.
Yeah, let's not go there. My psychic value.
I'm not supposed to say that. That's personal experience.
Yeah. Well, I can't even begin to tell you. I mean,
you don't say it. I'll just say personal experience for me.
That's the reason I went, for sure.
The reason I went into 25 years worth of hiding. I mean, I experienced some shit that I don't even believe, nor would anyone else if I even told the story. But yeah, you guys wouldn't believe how big. You wouldn't believe how big this shit is, and that's why I can see the little shit easy. But oh god, I mean, we're just little. We humans, we 11 billion whatever of us are nothing compared to what's going on around us right now in this big magnitude of the transference of the passing planets and Nibiru and the Anunnaki and the Galactic Federation that's also here, and the cubes and the Star Destroyers and the Empire Orbs, and oh my god, like we cryptids and Bigfoot and you name it and all, Christ, it's all going on, and ghosts and all of that. I mean, there is so much to everything that we don't know that is real. It's all real. All these legends are real.
Sabrina, you should talk to William about the Sasquatch thing. He is a true expert in that topic. I fell a little bit short when it comes to that topic, mostly because honestly, I have my mind so far in the clouds that I just can't possibly pick up another interest. I just can't. But yes, he has his own.
I can tell you stories that I've been in the forest. I've been in the forest.
Very knowledgeable. Very, very knowledgeable.
There are creatures out there in the forest, and there's more than one type that we don't know about because we humans are we're bombarded with noise in town. Our sense of smell is ruined by car exhaust.
Well, that's why I like working at night. That's why I cannot get used to working in the day because it's so loud here. When I lived in New Mexico, it was a little tiny town, and everything was so quiet and peaceful. And it's gotten so difficult for me to bear all that noise. So,
and the smells.
In order to cope with it, I work at night because I cannot stand the traffic. I cannot stand the noise. I cannot stand how in a hurry everybody is to do everything.
Have you ever noticed?
So distracted.
If you go up in the mountains,
I can't hear myself think, and it causes me the worst anxiety.
If you go up in the mountains and you go camping and you have a small campfire and you make a can of pork and beans and you throw hot dogs in them and you chop those little hot dogs up and you eat that while sitting next to that fire in the middle of the forest in the quiet, have you ever noticed how good that food tastes?
Campfire food generally tastes good.
But the point with it is we get away from we get away from the noise, we get away from the car exhaust, we get away from the hustle, the vibe, the electricity, all of that electrical. It's all connected. And if we get away from that, we become real again, and we become our senses are enhanced, increased. And the trick is to separate yourself from that locally in your own home, in your own mind, in your own society, in your own sociology, where you say, I physically hereby separate myself from the mundane.
Yep.
And then this is where we talk about grounding, and where we talk about touching the earth and feeling earth wave, the harmonics of earth that come to you in waves. It goes, wow, wow. It's different from the wah, but earth harmonics is a wow, 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 with a vowel tone rather than a consonant, where the bad tones have an abrupt, uncomfortable tone. But anyway, earth magic, earth grounding, earth bodhisattva, earth meditation, earth centralizing that circular electrical magnetosphere of who and what you really are, not your meat puppet, but your true magnetic being that you are. The more you connect to that and separate from the sound and the harmonics and the noise and the electric and the smells, because remember, sound equals light equals matter. The sounds around us, the electric vibration around us, that around us, the smells, the gases, all of that, they're leading to our demise. And we get numb. That weird. If you ever drive into the city from out of town, and you start to get this flat taste in your mouth, where you can start to smell the car exhaust, and it smells like stale milk. That's all part of where we're going. We're being dulled. And when you go out into the forest, you are less dulled and you clear out. And this is what we have to also choose to do now as part of the ascension, is to separate ourselves from the mundane and actually accept the large addition of the binary solar system, saying there is more. And the larger and the more you look to this, the larger and more you're going to see. And your view is going to expand and expand and expand and expand. And when you learn about grounding and being your own electrical bubble in your own place, in your own time, which is right and correct, where you're supposed to be, which is now, which is why you're here, which is your experience of time. And that's why they call it the present, which is a gift of the now. That is your power, your source, and your magic. And that's how you get through all this shit. You own, you touch, you feel, you experience, and you trust you, and you don't doubt, and you don't fear, and you live the now. And that's all that we're doing by looking up in the sky, and as we are seeing the now, we're seeing what's in front of us, the planets as they are real. We are seeing the now, and other people are lost where, Carol Ann?
They're just lost. They're just lost. They wouldn't even know where they're lost. No, we're in the now. We're in a place of like namaste. I don't know.
Namaste translates to my light recognizes your light.
Right. And there's only one of us. When that place in you is in that place in me, we're one.
Well, our stars, for instance, our stars in physics, sound equals light equals matter. So our star is a harmonic occurrence that is manifesting into this explosion of localized vision, fusion, whatever. And it's this atomic atom that holds protons and neutrons in a conformed structure. Now, Einstein will tell you that it's this burning gas ball that is punching a hole in the bottom of the time continuum in front of us and dragging us in, and there's this dark matter pulling us out. That's not what is going on. We are a chemistry equation in a dimension, and we are a building block of small definition to the larger dimension. That's why there is vast multiple galaxies, because there are vast multiple parts to the larger dimension, as well as there is a smaller dimension below us, which is our building blocks of subatomic chemistry, all electrically connected in the one rule of chemistry. It's that simple. Protons, neutrons, electrons, dimension. Smaller, larger, 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 smaller, smaller, whatever. No telling where we are in that equation. In the middle, I believe we're somewhere, the little ball sitting in a room, those are all multiple dimensions. And by my equations, I figured there was 144 of them. And that's an Einstein equation I did years ago. It's classified. I don't want to go into detail.
Okay. I don't know that one anyway.
No, it's not publicly discussed.
Yeah.
I wrote out the equation, and then I had to move the decimal point because out of my mouth, without any question or reason, I said, but the ETs moved the decimal point one over to the right, and therefore I had to move that. And I've never understood what that meant, because my equation came out as 14.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that a long
and
time.
I had to move the decimal point, and it came out of my mouth because the ETs moved the equation one to the, and I never to this day understood what the hell that meant. Even as I threw out some of the premises of the Heisenberg Commission of what science and physics is, and I took the base models and I just did the equation without the premise of the bullshit. It was that simple, and it was easy math to me. It was evident. It was self-evident. It had to be. And I, to this day, saw our solar system as having to have, in order to have the placement within our solar system of why our gas giants are located where they are, and why Neptune has this weird aberrant jog in this orbital oval rotation of our star, which signifies it's somehow an odd jog. This is why we have 2 seasons, etc.
Okay.
It's the variant that the fact is we are dragged and held onto by a larger object, which is where the Planet X theory in the 70s even occurred from, was the definition that there had to be a rogue body out there somewhere affecting our normal orbit. That's simple, plain and simple. It's down to the basics. And it is, everything is not, astrophysics is not that hard. You just have to, you gather established equations that other people have already done, and you base your equation, and when you take their equation, you learn what the symbols mean, which is not that hard. It takes some, a year or so of teaching. For me,
it would be extremely hard.
Well, I picked it up quite easy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, they don't even put out the atomic weight value on periodic charts anymore, and I don't know why. I've always thought that was a serious conspiracy, because you used to be able to look at the periodic chart and see the atomic weight value of each of the numbers of atoms in the shell structure listed below on the periodic chart. It was right there. And I would pass tests by looking up at the periodic chart and seeing the shell structure. And 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. There's a certain normal order in
there's
atomic.
A formula.
Yeah, it's
follow up.
Each in chemistry, each atom.
Okay.
In the first ring can hold a proton or a neutron, or 2 protons or 2 neutrons. It changes depending on what else is attached to it. To create a compounding from a natural element to a compound where you add stuff to it. Structures of natural subatomic chemistry. It goes 2 objects will fit in the first ring. 12 objects will fit in the second ring. goes 2, 12, 16, 32, 2.
2. Okay.
And then et cetera, et cetera. There's more to that equation, but we'll just leave it there. Okay, in that atomic structure, knowing that anytime you add a proton or a neutron in compounding, when you're adding something from outside into the central compound or central element and changing the equation, the atomic structure will change. There will be proton or neutron castaways.
Okay.
And that's a degradation of the chemistry, which would cause either a radioactive degradation or or an acceptable just cast off without any occurrence. It's either catastrophic or non-occurrence. Anyway,
and these things that you're talking about now weren't taught to you in school?
Yeah, they were. They were.
They were.
Oh yeah, proton neutron exchange in chemistry compounding.
Yeah,
when you add one atom, and it's got a structure, and it has 2 protons, 2 neutrons, in the second ring, and or 8 protons and 2 neutrons in the second ring. It's X. Ta-da! There it is on the periodic chart. And you add another element or another product into that compound to create a compound. Then you're switching and casting off protons and neutrons, but they always have to lay into the orbit model within their rule of compounding. We know from advanced chemistry 2, 12, 16, 32, 2. Okay, because of that structure, if you get too much load up on one shell structure, it'll cast a proton or a neutron, depending, to another shell out, throw it out. And if it can't gather it, it throws it out even farther. And if it can't gather it, it'll throw it out farther. And if it can't gather it all together, it's either a moot or it's radioactive decay, free radical proton, whatever.
That's fascinating.
That's another science altogether. But anyway,
that's fascinating.
In compo, nobody ever talks about degradation of subatomic values. So anyway, that's another sidebar.
Another group.
I knew that the atomic account, it's an argument of words, of what we know as our solar system did not work. And then I knew that our star was too small to hold 3 gas giants at odd placement. So because of the third gas giant odd placement, why and how was this odd jog evident in what we understood in science?
It's amazing.
Neptune. Yeah. So I looked around and I innocently looked up at the periodic table, and I find that the soft metals group has 2 atoms joined, and they're positively charged, and this is the atomic count. Some of them have 98 protons and 120 to 170 neutrons, and blah blah blah. And that's the 2 atom binary 2 atom scenario. And I knew we had gold, I knew we had copper, I knew we had magnesium, I knew we had zinc, I knew we had lead. And these are all semi-positively charged. Protons, more positive, more protons, less neutrons in this chemistry equation, which with 2 atoms joined. And I knew that we had a lead or an iron core. We're in the soft metals group, so therefore we had to be a binary solar system with 2 atoms. We had to. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how could we be what we are? How can we have an iron core? How can we have copper? How can we have these metals without being that positively structured? And I don't believe in the gravity the way Einstein laid it out, so I knew it had to be more. And it was so self-evident. I couldn't argue with what because what works in the tabletop has to be the same in space. There can't be two rules. And that is the unification model that Einstein never found. Hoffman, 1980.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. I mean, it's way over my head. I'll admit that. I get bits and pieces enough to understand what you're saying. It's just fascinating.
Well, everybody thinks that what happens on Earth is one thing, and then what goes on in space is another.
But it's not.
Well, no, we're not separate of it. We just have a big bubble of electrical air being held in by our magnetosphere, being that we have an electrical core magnetosphere spin enough to hold our oxygen, sort of like the shields on Star Trek, where their atmosphere doesn't go out into space because they got this electric field around the Starship Enterprise. Right. They don't have glass windows; they have a force field. And that's what we have, and we humans have that also. And we can also we can keep our atmosphere inside, or we can actually vent it out, or we can keep out the crap as well with our force field shield.
Right.
By turning off
this information now that you built on this unification thing, they all know it now.
I don't. Well, you only know it if you believe it.
Okay.
After I was not there, I didn't notice any connection to the electric universe until like 1983. After like 3 years after I wasn't in the scenario, and once Ronald Reagan came into office, all of the normal attention died and it changed, and that's when I went. That's when I kind of broke OR and. Went into hiding after that.
Yeah, it changed things. Yeah.
Because I had a direct involvement prior to that, but after Reagan came into office, he shut all of that down. And they, fortunately, I hope for years I fell through the cracks. Now I'm speaking publicly, so I no longer assume the presence of ever being alone again. Right. So. Well, including my keyboard. Including my journey face first into the keyboard a few years ago. I never, even in the car, I never presumed to be alone anymore.
But do you think those days are over now? Do you think they'll basically let you alone?
No. I will never presume for 1 second that I'm done.
That's
the moment I drop my guard, even if I have my guard up, they're going to get me anyway. So I don't have a choice over this. Let's dial a Sam, shit. Either somebody, one faction or another is going to visit me, whether I like it or not. It's a little weird. Yeah, it's crazy. Swallow that. It's nuts. And I talked about this a couple of shows ago. I probably even talked about it last week. I've become amazingly calm, knowing at the ease in which they can enter my home without having a door. Going back as many years with it was a bloody experience when I got face planted in my keyboard. It was like about 5 years ago. And that's my most recent. Oh, it was freaky. It was, shit, if I hadn't bled all over the house, I would never have believed it ever happened.
Really?
I spent like 2 hours cleaning it up afterwards. So I was like, and it was real. And I don't go, running through my house with my handgun cocked and loaded like a madman unless, it really did happen. And it was insane. It was absolutely insane. And what grabbed me, after it grabbed me, I could not see it.
That's unreal.
I could smell it and I could feel it electrically.
But I could not. Science fiction movies.
Oh yeah. Well, shit. That's my life. I've got 3 of them, and Jesus is going to be the director. I promise you when that film comes out.
I'll do costumes and makeup.
Yeah, I'm telling you. We've said this many, many times between Rebecca and a few of our friends. Like my life is like 3 separate sci-fi movies all wrapped up into one crazy bundle.
That's what I'm sitting here thinking.
And I'm not trying to brag. I'm actually complaining because, oh my God, this is freaking nuts.
You don't
You
know
know,
what normal is, do you?
I thought I was over and done with this 40 years ago. I really did. I thought I hid well enough and I could forget about it. And, they tell you your IQ and you're up there and, you're way above Einstein. And I just tried to ignore it. And apparently I don't get to.
We'll have our campfire time, Sam.
Yeah, get out that chicory and good old chocolate.
That night. We'll hijack you and nobody will know where you are. And
well, cool. Shit, I'm used to that. You're going to pick me up. I don't even know I left the building.
No, we got to plan it somehow. Have our
Elvis
get together.
has left the building.
Where there's
Code
a
word.
way.
Copy. Elvis has left the building.
There you go.
Hey, William, give us a second. Your pictures are good to go. So we'll discuss them.
I have it. Yes.
We'll discuss them before you. I know you got to go in on your medication. I know you've been dealing with a lot of that.
I'm sorry. I degraded these old stories.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go too. I gotta go to work, but let's discuss William. Just go through them real quick before he goes to bed.
Right. It was only 8 pictures.
Yeah, I kind of carried it on by telling too many tall tales tonight. But look where we at.
Always enjoyable. But I did see William was saying that his medicine was kicking in. He was about to go, so I thought maybe.
Well, look at the corner. Look at the upper left corner. That little red thing that says we've been doing this for 7 hours and 45 plus minutes. I feel like it's been 3.
What?
I feel like it's been 3 hours. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even realize what time it was. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
So these are from a few days ago, I believe.
Wow, look at that.
You got dark shadows everywhere.
Yes.
Well, let's start with the left. Let's start with the left picture.
From
your most likely lead asteroid in front of is Saturn's yellow moon, and 1, 2, 3, 4 star destroyers, and the side orb. That whole black area is in the corner. Is the long box cube. The white glitches are star destroyers, and then there's the side orb. And it's in front of and next to the lead asteroid and is Saturn's yellow moon. Notice where the light is. It's over to the left.
That's right.
So that has to be a Saturn's yellow moon and whatever else is there. And we've seen all that box, and we know that the long box cube is over there. Yeah. Now this again on the right. On the right, that's kind of odd. I wish it was a bigger, deeper picture. It's hard to call what this is. Kind of looks like star destroyers, but if the sun is on the left in the right-hand picture, it's very possible that we're looking at the bottom of a Saturn in the upper right to upper left corner. That dark area could be a Saturn. And the illumination underneath it, I assume. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's hard to call a small picture like that.
It does look very reflective.
Yeah, it's objects, and there, when you see white like that compared to everything else, there's some definite underling objects that are not natural clouds. They would be more over like the orangish color in the one on the right picture. So you have to learn to judge intensity of what you're seeing. This again is Saturn's yellow moon coming in from the upper right. That whole blue dark area is the Saturn's yellow moon, and the lead asteroid is crossing in front of it along with other debris and other. I mean, there's a lot of little asteroids popping up now.
Yeah. You can see
there's newcomers that and they're getting bigger. This is part of my warning issue, like, oh shit, here we go again. And there's a lot of stuff that we've not really been able to document that is now getting bigger, and I've lost count. I mean, Christ, there's 3 in front of the red asteroid. There's apparently 3 to 5 near or around the lead asteroid. There's a bunch of stuff behind the spiral asteroid. We know there's a shitload of things behind the Tan asteroid. There's a whole bunch around the Skull asteroid. We now have Matim coming into play that we didn't have before. We also have Saru coming into play in the background in the back left horizon. There's a lot of things going on. Look at this. Oh, let's start with the picture on the right.
Yeah.
That is Satham's yellow moon, that entire dark blue area with the white line that comes down to the left-hand Eve on the roof.
That defined line there is just so clear.
Yeah, that is the edge of very large is Satham's yellow moon. The Saturn is the secondary color that goes over from William to underneath the roof. The lighter edge of real sky is on the far left bottom corner. That's the real sky. The rest is planet.
And you can see the depth. You can see how it's closer, the dark blue than the rest of the blue. That's the part that I don't get with people, how they don't see the depth difference there, because it's really obvious to me.
That's a good one.
The picture on the left. Picture on the left is in the middle, left-hand side, in the middle of the picture is the red asteroid and tan asteroid together in the same view. There's a sort of a drop tail, but basically you have Uri. You're looking at stuff under Uri at this angle. I don't see the red asteroid anywhere separate, so I'm assuming the red asteroid is part of the conglomerate that we're looking at in the middle. The tan asteroid is also in this, as well as Pappy is in the upper left corner. That white dot is asteroid Pappy. PAPI. There's lots of stuff, but it's the side of Uri and a little touch in the background. Okay, let's see. All right, picture on the left. The light is coming from the upper left. There seems to be this filament hair-like edge coming down from the upper left corner down to the middle of the picture. And I would suggest that that's wraparound of the side of his Saturn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's really,
the rest is natural clouds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then the picture on the right again is Saturn's yellow moon, and then a lead asteroid in front, along with a couple other little asteroids. And I believe the green asteroid is probably the white blip on the far right middle. That white blip is the green asteroid, and there's other asteroids in there as well. There's like 5 of them around there, and that we're going to have to start watching. And they're bursting out. It's just amazing how many objects there are that we haven't really. There's been no way to document them because they were always dots and small stuff and and blips and clouds and this and but the major patterns are now they're becoming prominent dots and absolute circle blobs that you can't argue with the fact that they're a full complete circle with shadow and everything. So we are going to have to start doing some side drawings of what I'm seeing. It'll be spooky. It is spooky already. Hell, already spooky. What's coming in?
It is,
and it is the year of the dragon. I had I was the boots and pants skipper. I loved it.
Really great stuff, William. Really great stuff. And hopefully you feel better. I know you've been dealing with a lot of pain, but hopefully you get through it, my friend.
Yeah, we're all feeling it.
Yeah. I'm gonna sign now, guys. I gotta go work for a few more hours. I was thinking I was just gonna be on for 2 hours, but I couldn't go. I'm glad I came on and made time for this because now I feel better. It's kind of like.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you tonight, Jesus. I miss you so much. We haven't talked for a while.
Yeah, I just feel it's like my weekly therapy and my weekly hangout with my friends, and
Right.
where we discuss my favorite topics. So, but it's I was telling Jillian, it's my slow month at work. July and August are usually very slow, so giving up my Saturdays have been a little bit trickier than it was. But it's just gonna be through August, and then I'll be popping in as much as I can. But I don't know how consistent I'm gonna be able to be until I get through these 2 months.
Right.
So
Well,
when my job is, if it's slow, I'm not making money. So I've had to work extra hours just to kind of make up for the slow season. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. So
Well, then I'm going to send you away with beautiful energy. I love you, buddy.
Take
care.
You.
Take care.
Always great hanging out with you guys as usual. Rebecca, you seem to be a little. You seem to be doing. You seem a little more chip for the day.
A little bit more like myself. Yeah.
It's good to
keep
see
her
that.
busy.
You have that glow coming back to you,
Yes.
so that's good.
Yeah,
Good
it is.
She has a lot of support. She knows it. She is wonderful.
And it seems like you've been keeping yourself busy too. So I've been seeing you everywhere. I've been seeing you
popping, definitely.
TikTok and doing your lives and all. So it's always good to stay busy.
I've actually recorded a lot. I just haven't put it into videos yet, or I feel like I'm partially warming up. I practice runs and stuff, but yeah.
Well, I look forward to seeing that. Coming in the future. So, all right, guys. Sam, always nice hanging out with you. So,
good to
love
see
you, buddy.
Yeah. Good night,
guys. Have a good night. We'll see you guys next week.
Okay. See you next week.
Love you, buddy.
Perfect.
Love you guys.
Bye bye. Love you too. Bye bye.
Yeah, we have like 3.5 minutes, and we're hitting 8 hours, a full 8-hour shift today.
Oh my goodness, that's wonderful.
Well, make it a good 3.5 minutes here.
This time I barely feel it. It's like, are you kidding? Like I said earlier, it does not feel like that we've been sitting here 8 hours talking.
I could tell you were energetic today because of how many pictures Sam was sending me. He was like, picture. I said, how many Cokes have you had so far today? But that's funny.
Yeah, I do not drink pop until showtime. The only reason I do is so I can keep talking. The carbonated pop actually helps my throat. So
yeah, he only wishes.
Otherwise, I don't drink them.
Your energy at your age,
I am so old
right
after
now,
all.
So.
If you're old, I'm ancient. Respect your elders.
How do you do that?
I only feel old when I get out of my chair, not while sitting in it.
When I feel old, when I get down on the floor to scrub the floor and I can't get up again. Yeah,
it's a long way up and it's a long way down.
All kinds of yoga poses till I get back up again.
Yep.
Getting old.
I did mine this morning. That's probably why I slept as good. I did a lot of yoga this morning.
Yep.
And that was before it was like about 6:30 this morning.
You start with your sun salutations.
Because if you don't, I'm laying on the floor, melting into the carpet. That's me. I do my stretches. I have specific laying patterns that I have to do to straighten out my back and all of that.
Right, your leg overs,
and then rolls and this and that.
Yep.
And you look simple stretches, and sometimes the foot on the table, and you stretch and bend for your toe and all of that. That way your lower back is stretched. Blah blah blah. But and if I don't do that, I'm not moving. I get up and go, "Oh my God, you're kidding me!"
I gotcha.
Yeah. Got to keep you stretching. Got to keep moving.
I wouldn't be where I was if I didn't do that.
Yeah, we have to have you post, Rebecca, here the donation logo so that people who can wish to donate to your ability to pay for doing this.
Right.
We could have done it at least twice by now this show alone, but we didn't.
There we go.
Here we go.
And if you people want to write me a letter or send me a small cash donation or normal check or money order or whatever, I absolutely need more money than I've got, and my internet rate went up again, as it does seemingly every month, and we've never been able to really afford to do this, but we rely on others to help us, and we'd appreciate it. And so, please, even if it's a small donation, it's great.
Services are, I mean, they all have a monthly fee of some sort or another. I think everybody knows how it works.
Yeah.
Do this program, Rebecca,
requires
like apps and things like that she has to pay her. Some are monthly fees, some she has to buy right out. So
right. So,
and her financial situation has changed drastically, so therefore she does require help. Mine has always been the same. We do require help. We live on fixed incomes. Unfortunately, the system does not provide for humans, only for numbers. We're a statistic, not a human being. Anyway, we all require.
Donate, they will appreciate. Bottom of their hearts, they will appreciate it so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Well, I've been thinking that we should put a startup catch topic sometimes on the, because if you have your video up on YouTube and you leave it sitting in front of you on your TV or on your smart TV, every once in a while the segment will play the first 20 seconds of each video. And I'm thinking maybe you should come up with, and this is more work and I apologize, a startup pre-clip of something and then go into the startup of the show. But, like a topic like, hi, we're here to tell you about the binary solar system and the twin star and separate planet that is here right now, right in front of you today. Join us in this episode. You can even have Taylor do it.
Like you do your live things. You put up a 30-second video.
I know. I have.
Shoot for 20 seconds.
We have one.
Shoot for 20 seconds and then
or
side screen around or whatever.
For that show.
But remember that on video, if you're not watching it on your smart TV, if you got it on YouTube, and you just your cursor is on that,
I love that
then it will play a real short clip of what the video is about. And if your introduction is longer than that, then they won't see what you're even talking about. And if they're not interested, then they'll swing past it. But if you throw out a teaser, an hors d'oeuvre and the cracker and with the pimento and everything, then they'll go, oh, what's this about?
What? Okay, I get it. I didn't think about those intros like that, but we could do that. I like that.
Well, that's what. Well, see, you view it through your phone.
There's a bunch
I went on my smart TV.
Go, Rebecca.
If I'm watching something on my,
I could do that.
Yes, you can.
Right.
If I'm watching on my smart TV and I've got the icon over the top of a video, and I haven't chose what video I want to watch yet, it will do a startup for about 20 seconds. And it'll actually play the first 20 seconds of whatever video is in front of you. And if you put that with a filler before you start a regular show, you might catch a whole bunch of new people.
We might.
It's worth a try.
Yeah. I agree. It's something we have not tried yet. So I like that idea.
A pre-clip to your startup.
Ideas. He's been giving me all kinds of good ideas. So show business.
Well, I did study a little bit of marketing,
I know. I've never been in show business before, so I need some advice. Yeah.
I've done a bunch of radio, and we did. I made a whole lot of TV commercials for my nightclub, And I mean, we made a lot, and we had a lot of fun with that. It was a lot of fun.
Love it.
Rocking it up downstairs, the Trends nightclub. And I absolutely, when I started working there, I hated hip hop, and that's a whole another story.
Still don't like it. Not much.
I got bombed with it for so long that
You're probably
I actually nostalgically miss the '90s hip hop.
right.
I actually miss a lot of the hip hop from the '90s. Nowadays, it's like garbage, but most everything that I mean, I'm not a Justin Bieber fan, I can tell you that. But anyway, I don't want to get too political in the music world.
I know.
Yeah.
I know a lot of bands, and I know a lot of people, and Chris Hyatt's a friend of mine, and all of that.
It's just sad that the current music is not as wonderful as
No,
the
it's
music
not what it used to be.
are.
I don't understand.
Yeah, that's why that's why I bomb
there.
everybody with '70s rock.
It doesn't matter where I go, grocery
Yeah.
store, doctor's office, whatever it is. It's always music from the 80s and 90s.
Mhm.
That's all you ever hear anywhere you go because they can't play the current music. It's not playable.
Right.
Yeah, and now not listenable either. My daughters like these songs,
Yeah.
and I go, ick. I'm like,
I know.
ew. That's not
It's
even
like-
music.
No. And
So
the words,
talent.
I cannot hear the words unless they repeat just one sentence over the whole thing. In the 70s,
Carol, and you're
80s,
better off. You are better off because you wouldn't believe what they're saying in those
but I have
words.
to pay them a lot.
The crazy sexuality that our world has become. I mean, they talk about some pretty spooky shit now. I mean, they're talking about body spray. My balls are sweaty. I mean, and I think it's far
Yeah.
worse from there on.
I mean, I like
We
a
live in a
good joke.
new world. This 2024. All the rules have changed.
Yeah.
All the taboos they talk about.
Disappointing. It's
spooky.
really
This
disappointing.
is not.
Yeah, and they can you guys in
not the
Facebook,
Cleavers.
and that stuff is big time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They get
Right.
megabytes
Right.
for
Yeah.
that.
Right.
You guys do one little tiny thing. Facebook canned you. I don't like you. Facebook can me.
Mhm.
I don't like
Uh-huh.
it.
It's true. Right.
I'll say it. Me. Ugh.
I know.
Anyway,
I'm in awe that after what Hugo sent in and what Tony sent in, what Alexander sent in, and what Wendy Williams and everybody and Katie Joe sent in today alone.
Right.
I'm in awe that more
Good.
people don't see these.
right.
It's just
I
insane.
even took a picture today. I did. I took a picture. I don't know what the heck it is, but oops, almost.
Wow, you
But,
should if you look at the site drawing.
Well, I have the site drawing. I sent one to Rebecca just to prove that I actually do look at
Oh,
the site.
wait. You did send me
Yeah.
a picture. Hey, I got him. Uh-huh.
But
So,
yeah, I know there's stuff on it, but
Yeah. Here.
we had
Well,
a
I'll look
dreary
at
day
it.
today.
I'm sure it's probably
Yeah.
yeah.
It's hard to
If it's
see. It's not empty sky. No, it's not.
hey, if
empty.
you have clouds and atmosphere and rain, you're lucky right now. I mean, man, we are
No,
hot.
there's definitely. Oh yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Here's
I was
one.
uptown.
I can't
And,
see it yet. Still scrolling.
Uh,
Still scrolling. Oh, there it is.
Sorry.
it's okay.
That is the bottom. That is the bottom of necessity.
I figured that. Yeah, there should be like a left right. That was to the left of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the sun would be on the right side of that picture.
Yeah.
Right. In the upper part is the site of Uri with the salamander asteroid group. This is
Underneath
mostly
there.
normal cloud, but
Yeah.
but you have some
But that's
shadowing
nice.
probably of
saw the
I think the
shadowing.
spiral asteroid, which is why it angles down. But in actuality, it goes straight across in the middle behind the clouds because the angle is there. It's angling down on the clouds.
Okay. Yeah, that was the left side, and then the first one that was the middle picture, and I think there's one on the right yet.
And that's it, of course. Look at the stripes. That's the bottom Yuri right there. See the stripes going up? That's Yuri.
Oh, yeah, look at that. The whole top.
And the blue behind it at the middle is Saru. And then the cut in of Saru clouds into the light.
Wow. We see a lot of Yuri here every day.
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
And it's going over the top of us to fill the north sky, too, now, going beyond. Where Atu is going beyond in the southerly, yet straight over us. Yuri is going over the top of us in the northerly. It's really weird how it's moving now. It's just odd as hell.
It's unbelievable.
And you just try to brain it out in between, you know, how the sun rotates during the day and everything, and yet there they are, and oh my God, now they're in a different place. It's just weird. Yeah, side of Yuri and Saru there.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Yeah, that's a good one. Cool.
Yep, so I just wanted to show them I do take pictures still. Mm-hmm. My phone doesn't like me. It keeps telling me, I guess Google saves it, OneDrive saves it, Amazon saves it. And it's all on the phone, and it's like eating up my space so bad. So
you know what I did?
What did you do?
I cut my OneDrive, and my feed got way better.
See, that's what I wanted to ask, because something has to go, and I didn't know which.
Yeah, I don't have any wish to upload to a cloud I'm not going to pay service for.
I'm not paying.
So I quit my OneDrive, and my computer started running way better.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Yeah, I have to do something, because when you go out to take pictures...
I mean, I have the icon, but it's got a line drawn through it. So my OneDrive is being uploaded to. And that eats up a lot of your upload speed as well. And during our earlier shows, when we first started, we had so many breakups and stuff. And because my OneDrive would be uploading parts of the show or whatever I was sending to Rebecca, and that would eat up my feed while I'm trying to run the show on StreamYard on one channel and Facebook on the channel. And so I was uploading while on Facebook through my OneDrive, and that was eating up all my outgoing feed. And so I quit OneDrive, and now I just run StreamYard and not Facebook at the same time, and I run one page open, and then I'm fine. I have barely broken up tonight at all. So it has to do with your upload feed.
I'm going to do something.
I'm not uploading to their server. I'm not connected to them. And it takes time.
Some of those old pictures back to him.
Yeah, it takes time to feed out that information through every picture, and then that takes a lot of time. And so that eats it. And so now that I've got my OneDrive out, I'm running better.
That's probably what I'll do then. Yeah, I use memory cards too, but I'd like them to be more organized.
Well, we are already laying this down in history on YouTube. So why run OneDrive in the cloud when it's already on the cloud on YouTube?
That's true. Well, thank you, sir. Are we ready?
I don't know a lot of that, but are you winding down, Rebecca? Because you seem like you're probably ready.
I was thinking about not having a memory. I wish I had a memory card on my phone, because my phone doesn't have a memory card slot. I wish it did.
Oh,
right. That's something to think about the next phone you buy. Who has been telling you for years to go to a computer?
I know. Yeah. But, which is perfect, right?
I have a laptop I can't use.
Remember that, yeah.
I still have to take. Well, I have to take that to a tech and have him look at it before I ever turn it on in my house again. It's a little weird. I never heard or seen that ever happen before, but I never had my router shut off the moment I connected. Like, that's
turn
new.
The laptop off.
What the hell?
Just turn it off. I've never heard of that.
Well, when Nova uses her laptop just about every day, and so mails me a laptop, and I turn it on and I connect, and it kills my internet connection 3 times in a row, and it's like,
that's fishy.
Is.
They're making the laptops and computers and phones that they self-destruct anyway, so.
Well, I still believe, and I hate for going here on this one, I still believe that, those interlinked smart TVs have cameras in them that they're filming our behavior, going up to loading to a Chinese AI database.
I don't doubt that for a minute. I just read a whole article about that tonight. This is like watching Outer Limits being spied on. Big Brother's watching.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and through our smart TVs that we buy from China.
The phone, I don't use, I don't talk to my phone or anything to make it do anything. It's just here. My husband and I talk about certain subjects.
Yeah, but you're tracked everywhere you go from every tower. You're always tracked from every cell tower to every cell tower everywhere you go.
Are you tracked if your phone's off?
Yeah.
Sometimes
as long as you got the battery in it.
As long as the battery's in, that's right. A lot of
as long as the battery's in it, you are tracked around the planet. No matter where you go, you're tracked between tower after tower after tower.
Same as any
proximity location device. Yeah, same as any credit card. The chip in a credit card or debit card.
Protected thing. Wherever you go, you're tracked.
Yeah.
So
I do need to get one of those.
Foil.
Well, they know exactly where I am. I haven't left Lolo in God knows how long. Come get me. I'm here. I'll talk your head off.
I talk at home, and I get ads with things we talk about. So we started to pick a subject to really something stupid and just start talking about it, and the ads come up. I mean, it's really stupid things. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm tempted to get an Alexa or Alexis or what? Not Alexis, but Alexa or whatever those stupid things are.
I won't do it.
And I'd laugh my ass off, I'm sure.
Some of the questions, I mean, they ask them.
But I do not in my living room. I do not perceive for 1 second that I'm alone. Period. In my bedroom, I do not expect that I'm alone. In my car, I do not expect that I'm alone. And even definitely not in the computer room. However, if they would like to join me in the bathroom, they're more than welcome.
That's one place my phone does not go. I will not. Anyway.
That was a joke. We're going to go to the space fart jokes and all of that.
Yep. Now, why don't you just go play Star Wars?
Now we've lost. We get to rock out, and we lost Rebecca. Cool.
Yep.
All right, all you space groovy guys and space groovy gals out there, welcome to Space Talk Radio.
I don't know. We're not even in the show anymore, are we?
Yeah.
Are we in the show?
We're still live. 8 hours, 18 minutes, and 5 seconds.
A record. Okay. Well, then I'm going to say goodnight.
He's doing that.
Yeah.
I know, Amy. I know. Holy moly. I agree. She can't believe it.
I know. I want to say a little thing.
Yes.
Before we go. So,
sure.
Bear with me. Because y'all know I'm a Reiki master. So, you would expect something. So, I think I said
I talked all night. It must be your turn. It must be your turn by now.
Okay.
I'm sorry I talked over you.
So just bear with me. So give me a second. Okay. I know the place in you, and I'm going to talk to both of you, where the entire universe exists. And I know the place in you of love, truth, and peace. And I know the place in you where if you are in that place in you, and I am in that place in me, There is only one of us. Namaste, my friends. Thank you for a wonderful podcast. It was beautiful.
Yes, thank you, Carol Ann.
It seems so easy tonight to do this show. We didn't even really, we did a lot of gossip, and I was chuckling over it and enjoying it as well at the same time. I do apologize, but we
talk about, but that's part of the group. That's part of us. That's who we are.
Well, how else do you fill 8 hours of content?
We can without trying.
I don't know how we do it.
Yeah,
we do it though, and we make it look easy. I mean,
well,
it really
sometimes it is easy.
Yeah, Wendy, I'm a Reiki master. I'm also a Reiki teacher, and I have many different levels under my belt. I'm also an animal communicator. I studied under many masters, different people who studied with, oh my God, Russia, India. I met so many beautiful people in my life so far. And yeah, I still have surprises. But thank you. Thank you, Wendy. Okay, guys.
That's why you're always so calm.
Well, that's the yoga. That's the yoga, and my beliefs.
Yeah, you get calm.
I'm supportive.
Always so cordial and correct.
Always have my ears open for anyone who has a need to listen or talk, and I try to listen and understand and help. So that's me, the cheerleader, and I do love that.
The cheerleader.
Thank you for being here.
Yes,
I love
it.
Thank
I'm
you
glad
so
you're
here. Thank you so much. Always. So,
course.
Namaste, my friends. I love you both.
Thank you, girl, and love you too.
See you soon.
All
Okay.
right.
Good night.
Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All righty.
Okay. We should wind her down. You don't have any more material, correct?
I do not. No.
Yeah, okay.
Covered most of it. So
Okay.
we're good. I think we're good.
Yeah, we accomplished most of what we set out for today, so that's a good thing.
All right.
And another Saturday down under our belts. What is this? 91? Is this 91?
71. 70.
Oh, 71. 71.
71.
Where my brain went from 90. Okay.
I don't know. We fast forward. Yeah. So back.
Wishful thinking here. I don't know. No, 71. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I must be tired. I'm not thinking correctly. So yeah, I am noticing I'm a little zonked. But I'm glad everybody was here, and I hope everybody takes the weather warnings that are coming. And it's going to cool down on the East Coast, and we're going to get hot on the West Coast again still. But there's going to be a lot of moisture up from the Gulf, up through Mexico. The poor folks in Mexico, they either have no water or way too much, and they're getting a lot of rain this week. And then rain out there in Florida and all of that. All those folks in Florida and the East Coast are going to get a lot of rain, and it's going to run up from Texas all the way to New York and Maine. So there'll be a lot of a peaceful cool down.
Do you think it could ever rain like it did in Noah's flood? Can it rain that much where the water is covering Earth?
Well, that's a localized point of view. A worldwide flood, that could be one of the harbingers of doom from previous cycles. I often think about that because I often wonder where that much water would come from. Where would it come from in order to do that? So that's like a glacial release of water or something very, very large. Something unsubducted, like an ice age where that had a giant lake of water underneath it, and within 3 days, all of a sudden, the Earth ocean level washed away, or a planetary tip where the oceans would come out of their tide, where they would come out of the tide basin and wash across the Earth because a Earth stall or an Earth tip or something catastrophic like that. I believe that was possible 8,000 years ago. We do know that 8,000 years ago, that there was a great tsunami that wiped out parts of Scotland and England and Germany and Doggerland, and that's underwater today. That we know there's catastrophic sea level rises have occurred, including the filling of the Black Sea and including the enlargement of the Mediterranean throughout history. Climate change, planetary changes. So we don't have any way to actually authenticate these events because a lot of these events are unfortunately misdated or miscategorized. And one scientist will say one thing and another will say another. Therefore, I don't think we'll get that kind of rain, although perhaps we ain't seen nothing yet in this year. There's a lot of flooding going on everywhere.
I know. It really is. I just wondered. I was like, could we ever get that much rain or not? But
well, the Bible says that won't happen again. So
right.
Maybe this time around we fry again. In history, there is climate change.
It's supposed to be like
of great extreme. Right. Heat, the sun. Yeah. How close is the second star going to exit when it goes away? Where is it going to go? Are we going to fry worse? We don't know. We know that our sun and our summer is way too hot already. We have an example that we are in extreme heat right now. And this is why I'm saying, oh my God, what happens August?
I think it was Dubai.
So we have to wait and see.
It was like 140 something degrees a few days ago. And pretty sure it was Dubai.
Wow, anyway. I did not hear that. That's high.
Yeah,
that's high. Well, yeah, we are frying this year. I've talked about it since December of last year. So we will have to see what happens. But yeah, we're in trouble. We are in trouble. I hate to end on that note, but I've been, I am ready to walk. Wow, asteroids, heat, sun, planets, governments, politics, starvation, crop loss, flooding, all of it. It's a nightmare.
I know.
It's a nightmare.
It really is.
But that's why we try to collectively gather the information.
At least we have each other, I guess. See?
Right. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm ready to go. I can barely talk.
Okay, I know. It's been a great show. 8 hours, 26 minutes, almost 27. So, all right, guys. Well, thank you. 27. Thank you, Sam, and thank you all for being here. And we will be back, of course,
and we'll talk to you soon.
3 o'clock Central. All right. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Bye, Sam. Good night.
Good night.
Okay.